motivate so high. Weed always on my mind. No, he always on my mind. Doja, know you want some of this purr. You ain't gotta say a word. Just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian. He waving and I'm drunk. I got that shit in my cup. You know what I'ma do to you? I could give reviews to you. Blow, we X, and we sipping on that juicy juice. That's just what she choose to do.
From the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby.
see. I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time, thinking about the things that we did. You did something, shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the outside, cutting all ties with them other guys. Where you look in my eyes, loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go, call it up now, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna go, call it up now, just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You let me with the way I wanna go. I get by my knees so young. I'ma see me fighting on it all. This ain't what I really used to.
Anything happens between us, be sure you turn those down before I pull out the car. The only thing that's coming beside me at the situation is you waiting to get some more. I told you I'ma take your place, I seen it in your face, and I knew that you would say it. So how you wanna play?
You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. You made me wanna go, call it up to just to put it down on you. You made me wanna replay all of the things that you let me with. I get by my knees so young. I'ma see me fighting on it all. This ain't what I really
morning. I wake up to fight for my earnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. My yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mine now. Yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Sad me in love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open side. Now I need to free my mind.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me nothing. Bossed up and I changed again. It's my big bronze boogie, got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the Lil Jon, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping and investigating.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night long. Yeah, I know we'll turn heads forever. So tonight I'm gonna show you off. But when I'm walking with you, I watch the whole room change. Baby, that's what you do. No, my baby don't play. Blame it on my confidence. I'm blaming on your measurements. Shut the shit down on sight. That's right. Baby, I can jump in. It don't make no sense. I can jump in. You know it, I can jump in. It don't make no sense. I can jump in. Now slow it down for me, baby. 'Cause I love the way it feels when we cry. Yeah. Our connection's so magnetic on the floor. Nothing can stop us tonight. I'm walking with you. I watch the whole world change. Baby, that's what you do. No, my baby don't play. Blame it on my confidence. I'm blaming on your measurements. Shut the shit down on sight. That's right. Baby, I can jump in. It don't make no sense. I can jump in. You know it, I can jump in.
story that I've heard about this young.
Hey y'all, come on in. Happy Friday, everybody. Come on in, come on in. How y'all doing today? Love you, amazing. Hey, Miss Lynn. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Same to you, sweetie. Who else we got? We got Miss Lynn. We got amazing. We got Miss Carla. Hey, Miss Carla. Y'all come on in. We're gonna get started. Hey, Miss Patricia John. Good to see you. Good to see you. Y'all make sure y'all double tap that screen for your girl to like the live stream. Okay. Of course, we're gonna be. I think after today, as far as the weekend goes, as far as Saturday and Sunday, unless something breaks, which I don't see anything breaking for real. I see just the same commentary content going on with this case. We'll probably take a break for the weekend and talk about some other stuff that's going on or whatever, and then we'll probably pick back up with this on Monday. There's some things I want to talk about as far as this case is concerned, but like I said, we'll probably just pick it up on Monday. Oh, did you? That's okay. How you doing? Amazing. I love you, girl. Um, yeah, we'll pick it up on. Hey, Malika. Hey, we'll pick it up on Monday and we'll discuss in depth some things. I've still been trying to get the actual um the autopsy that Crump claims is on his website, but I hadn't been able to find it. I have not been able to find it, but there's some other things I wanted to go and deal with. I wanted to rewatch the. It's a certain. It's basically what I want to do, since it's been so much has come out as far as like the guy doing the interview. I want to break down some of the stuff he said, and compare it to what we know as far as those GPS coordinates. Oh yeah, I love you too, Malik. I love all y'all. I appreciate y'all. Those GPS coordinates. Hold on, y'all. Hey, Keeper Cute. How you doing today, girl? Yeah, I just wanted to do like a little contrast and compare live stream to some of the stuff that was initially said at the beginning and how this story has, like, it's unfolded. Like, in listening to, the mom and the dad and the friend, the couple of friends or whatever. At this point, we've heard from Warren, we've heard from one of the best friend's son. We've heard from like three different teenagers, right? So I just want to go back a little bit and analyze everything that has come out, because it's just so many contradictions. And like I said, on both sides, not just one, right? It's a lot. Okay. Let me look that up real quick. Because I think this weekend we're going to talk about, we may talk about some other cases similar to this case. I hadn't decided yet. Let me see if I can look that up. Hold on. South Carolina, boat dock. Mm, wow. Mm, okay. I'll look into this. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, yeah, y'all. I'm gonna check into that one. All right, thank you. Hold on. Let me make sure I say your name right, Monica. Thank you, Monica. Try tuning in this weekend. I may talk about it. Okay. Thank you so much. So let's get into. Like I said, y'all, it's so much when it comes to this case, and we've covered so much and things of that nature. But it's just, I hate feeling like my title says, will justice ever be served? Like at this point, I'm still trying to understand. Excuse me, y'all. Water went down the wrong pipe. I'm still trying to understand why the state's autopsy. And I guess, they're saying that it takes 2 weeks for that and 2 weeks for this. I think at this point they're saying that the state is waiting for the toxicology portion of the um, report to come back in order to release it, right? I don't know if that's the truth that it actually takes this long or what, or they just playing, because like I say, I feel like both sides at this point are kind of playing in the faces of the people. That's just my opinion. But we'll see, and we'll keep covering it as long as there's updates and things of that nature. Now, I do got a couple of things I want to play today and talk about today as far as this case goes. And like I said, this weekend we'll probably take a little break and pick back up on it on Monday, unless something, I feel like, is breaking that we need to talk about before Monday. All right. So let me pull up the clips that I have for today, and we're going to talk about it. Y'all make sure y'all double tap that screen and like the live stream, please, and thank you. Feel free to support the channel, Ms. Lynn. I don't know if I don't think I pinned my link. Hold on. Give me a second. Feel free to support the channel. The Cash App is pinned at the bottom. All right, so let's get into it, y'all. So this first one is from, I think this is the group of guys that initially located or found Nolan's body. They have a whole channel, I do believe. Whatever happened to the fact the prosecution should be working for the people? I agree. I agree, Ms. Lynn. But baby, things are so corrupt these days. You just never know. You know what I mean? And we've seen that. Like, we've seen how corrupt things could be.
Mississippi Barrier Island turns tragic. The United Cajun Navy jumps in on July 4th, America's 250th birthday. A day of fun in the sun on the Mississippi barrier island turns tragic. The United Cajun Navy jumps in on the search for Nolan Wells. On this episode of Shrimp Boots, we're going to get into it.
So there's additional flooding that's going on, and as that floodwater starts to rise, it's making little islands and pockets of people that can't be reached.
Way. So the United Cajun Navy, which started out as a routine search and rescue call, turned into a national news story and the unfortunate death of an 18-year-old football star in South Mississippi. So Josh, July 4th, we think we have the day off, but we get a call. Young man's missing off of Horn Island, Mississippi. You eventually got in touch with the mother. Let's take it from the top.
Absolutely. So July 4th, right? Everybody's out there doing their thing. I live out on the river, so I know what to expect sometimes when people party on that river. Start getting phone calls, frantic messages on social media, help, help, help. My cousin, my friend, and then, I dig into it a little bit, give yourself and Todd a call, said, hey, we got a hot one. Reach out to the mother reaches out to me. And it was bad. It was, your gut just drops.
Yeah.
So got that phone call, had some communication with mom, started asking her the tough questions, and unfortunately, sometimes those questions are, they're not nice or friendly. And I told her, from the beginning, hey, I'm going to ask you some stuff about your son. I just need the truth because it helps us, find out what's truly going on. And it's, 18 years old. Has he been drinking? Do you know if he's drinking or the previous day? And yes. But I also asked her a question that was very interesting. I asked her if he could swim. And yes, he had taken swimming lessons as a child.
Yeah.
Extremely athletic.
Yeah, definitely. 6'1", 180 pounds, good shape, playing junior college football. Was in the middle of training. Matter of fact, there was some talk about how he wanted to kind of take it easy because he had a Monday morning workout he wanted to be fresh for and all that kind of stuff.
It's a shame. Every story that I've heard about this young man was good.
Yeah, rock star.
Absolutely.
Tons of friends, tons of everybody in the community knew him. I got a lot of people I personally know from that part of the coast who had children his age. They'd known him since they were little, talked about how bubbly and kind he was. And it's like, man, to know this kid's 11, please find him.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do our best.
Absolute stud on the football field.
Yeah. Quarterback in high school, wide receiver for college, right? So
played
an athlete.
D2. I think that's Division II.
Southwest, yeah.
But with some aspirations and some potential of being a D1 athlete.
Yeah,
right?
Transfer up.
Yeah. And again, it's hearing these stories just about the kid, about, Nolan. There was one story in particular that, really said a lot about the person that he was, a good Samaritan, and really had a good heart. At one point in school, there was what I like to call an exceptional child with some learning disabilities. And Nolan had everybody in the class not raise their hand so this kid could raise his hand and answer the question, right? So it's just a feel-good thing, and it makes me learn a lot about the person and then about the crowd he hangs out with.
Right.
Doesn't take away from the mission. It actually adds to the mission. So, again, got the phone call from the mother. We put action into play really, really quick. You were there.
Yeah, so
you were on the coast.
We'll just go with the timeline, talk about the call on 4th of July. That was Saturday night. By Sunday morning, there was kind of say, hey, I got a boat, I got a drone. We went out there. They canvassed the island. They physically went on the island, with their boat to the center of the island where they had the lagoons and stuff. They sent me pictures saying, hey, look, there's cactus, there's thorny brush. There's no way he walked over here barefoot and fell in the lagoon. And so they spent the better part of the day out there, called it quits when the weather picked up, and that's when we huddled that night to put a bird up on Monday morning, July 6th.
Yep. So it was a donated bird, actually.
Yeah. Another volunteer reached out and said, hey, I got a plane in Gulfport, happy to go fly. I'm like, yep, that's so we met up at first light.
Wait, let's talk about this plane, because I was going to go too. And it said experimental aircraft. So dude, I don't need that.
For those of you that don't know, experimental, the classification of experimental is either experimental or certified. Certified is the FAA designation that it's like a manufacturer that the FAA knows well, everything about the plane. But if you want to have worked on it, you have to have an ANPF, an actual aircraft mechanic, and everything has to be logged. Experimental just means that you're allowed to work on it yourself. And a lot of times experimental planes, some people, like you hear about people buying a kit plane, putting it together themselves, and then they can work on. So the point is that like experimental doesn't mean like, we don't know if this thing's going to fly or not. It just means that you can experiment with it. You can enhance it and all that. You don't have to log everything, get permission from the FAA. So having known that, I was not at all concerned about. And the Tecnam, the Tecnam 2008, and there's several models of the Tecnam. They just came out with a new 4-seater that looks pretty badass. But it's got a Rotax 912. Those engines go into a lot of newer planes. They're very fuel efficient. They run really well. I wasn't worried about it at all. And they cruise at about 130, 140 miles an hour. No, we weren't going that fast, but just,
right.
I didn't mean to turn this into a plane show, but anyway. So
you were starting to remind me of the guy who put a third of a tank of jet fuel in his little Kia and hit 135, right? That's all the rage now on Facebook.
Right. Yeah. Let those challenges keep happening. Shrimp Boots, the official podcast of the United Kingdom from all of another retailer podcast, 30 a.m. Yeah. And we decided this is 6 July, Monday morning. Daylight. Wheels up about 6:30 a.m. Yeah. And we decided that we were going to fly south, got clearance on runway 14, so we're already facing that way toward Horn Island. We go over Horn Island, all the way south to Chandelier. We start, traversing back and forth over towards the northeast corner of Ship Island, and we're looking at the northwest corner of Horn Island, which was the last place that Nolan was seen by an eyewitness. So we're flying for a couple hours, and we start making one of our tracks back north. Notice a couple of boats on the beach that weren't there before. We descended. We started circling. We could see that there was and there was more boats coming in, like in a line, and they were obviously law enforcement boats or Coast Guard or whatever. They were official vessels, and they were starting to set up a command post on the beach. And we figured something was going on, something was found, and then we get the call. I get the call from you or the text from you that said, "Hey, they think they found them," and so we did an RTB, and then so I get back. Kind of flip it back over to you. You're in Ocean Springs with Nolan's mom.
So I was at the boat. So I was at the boat.
This is Monday mid-morning.
9:00.
Yeah,
9:15 somewhere in there. So I got the call. Obviously, we were coordinating with the local law enforcement, Jackson County, Mississippi Sheriff's Office, and great to work with. Yeah. One of the reasons I got the call initially from Nolan's mother, as well as some of the families, that they felt that more could be done. Right? They personally felt, and this is with every family or every person that's missing. Hey, we want everything out there, and obviously we do that. That first day, that Sunday, we had 4 boats, 2 drones, multiple people on the ground. Our seaplanes were on standby as well. But after the island was clear, there was really no use for a seaplane, just based on a float plane, we'll call it, right? So yeah, I get the call from the Sheriff's Department, and I'm almost to the Lake Mars boat launch, where the ICP was. And I found out before the mother. They called
ICP, Incident Command Post.
Incident Command Post, right? The sheriff.
Everybody knows our acronym. Our RTB means return to base, by the way. I said that earlier.
We need an acronym, Joe. You put a buck in every time you use it. Yeah. So I get the phone call from the sheriff. Then the mother calls me immediately after. Sheriff calls me. He calls the mom. Mom calls me. And I asked her, she was obviously got the news.
Yeah.
I asked her where she was. She was about 10 minutes out. So I'm at the ICP right there at the boat launch, literally just starting to meditate for a minute, right? Because I knew what was coming. Mother and father get there. And this is one of those stories that'll get you. Car pulls up. I see them coming. They're white Volkswagen, whatever.
Yeah.
And mom gets out and runs to me. I mean, literally runs to me 15 yards, gives me the biggest hug ever, in tears, and collapses in my arms. It's one of those moments I won't forget. And it's a driving moment, right? From there, we literally sat on the ground, Brian. It was interesting. They offered the command post, a command vehicle for us to go sit in the air conditioning. And I'm on the ground. She's on the ground. She's crying. I got my arm around her. Nolan's father was there. And it was just one of those surreal moments where, we're all saying a prayer, and we know that that's the beginning of some really hard times.
The worst day. Meet people in their worst day.
Absolutely. So a lot of times people ask me how I do it, right? Or how we do it as a team when we find cadavers or people who are unalived. That doesn't bother me. Those moments where it's the family.
The people that are still alive. That's
what gets me.
Yeah.
So from there, Sheriff's Department, the people were starting to gather, right? People were gathering up. They were letting them through. Family. Large family, great people. So they actually moved his remains to another location, so they could offload and get him where he needed to go.
Did they helicopter him out, or did they put him on a boat? Because when I got back to Gulfport Airport, I saw the medevac spinning up, and I thought maybe could have been going on a routine call for the hospital, but I thought maybe they were going out to the island. I didn't watch them depart, so I don't know what
I have no clue, because we ended up going I went to the coroner's office.
Yeah.
The mother asked me to be a part of that, and I've been with the family throughout a lot of the steps, which it makes me feel good. Great people, but they have got a path ahead of them.
They do. Right? And speaking of that, so you have the whole, he's missing. Okay. Now we know for a fact that he did not survive. We do have his remains though. But now we start getting into the controversial moment. The story is that, as we've been told, it's been repeated a lot now in the media, that Nolan went out to Horn Island on a boat with some of his longtime friends. They get out there around 3 o'clock, the operator of the boat notices that it's taking on water. The build's not working. He wants to take the boat back to the boat launch. They decide to pack up and leave. Nolan is talking to some other friends at that point, says, no, I'm good. I'm going to hang back and I'll catch a ride with somebody else. His friends leave. Shortly after that, presumably, there's another report that another friend of his saw Nolan closer to 4 o'clock, still on the island, talking to a different group of friends. Yep. Didn't hear anything. I haven't heard any credible eyewitnesses who saw him after that. But that puts him on the island, presumably after his original friend group left. So now we have the gap of from then, about 4 o'clock on July 4th, to when he went in the water, which we don't know. I'm assuming that was before dark, before all the boats left. And he did not make it back out of the water alive. So now you have the beast of the social media.
Oh my God.
Of people, clickbaiters and rage baiters going out there and making up all kind of stories. And now you have these kids who are longtime friends of Nolan's who are getting death threats. It's compounding. They're already shock and grief over the loss of their friend. Probably feeling partially responsible, if not, just guilty anyway. Just like, man, I should have just made him get in the damn boat. So, man, we came here together. We're leaving together. It's bro code. And I'm not blaming the kids. I'm saying, like, I mean, especially if you're nervous about a boat taking on water, you're like, look, we got to go. You're a grown man. I can't make you come, but like, we're leaving. You've got to make sure you get your way back. So that, and again, I'm not trying to make up facts or scenarios here. This is what we've been told so far. It's going to be thoroughly investigated. There's a lot of eyeballs on this. The story will come out. Hopefully, some more consistent stories will come out that'll make a little more sense than the ones we've heard.
I've heard so much, and I'm gonna put it like this.
Yeah,
I've heard so much bullshit.
Yeah, there is a lot of bullshit out there.
Let me put it like this. Number one, to the people out there that are calling me a racist.
Yeah,
I'm the farthest thing from a racist. Number one, I spent 18, 19 days walking the streets of North Baton Rouge looking for Jadarius Manyweather in what they call the worst part of Baton Rouge. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a part of that family. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Farthest thing from a racist. So if anybody out there wants to call me the face for racism, on Facebook, get up from behind the keyboard and come say it to my face, because I'm fed up with that shit.
If you want to donate to the United Cajun Navy, you can use Visa, MasterCard, American Express to cover, but we don't take the race card, unfortunately. Right. So
right, exactly.
But, I would say we're not racist. We stare a lot more efficient.
So
we can be judgmental. There ain't no doubt about it, but that's human nature.
So here's my thing:
racist ain't it.
That card's being played out there, right?
Yeah, and it's being played by people looking for likes and clicks.
Right.
Trying
to
get,
the family, number one, they don't need it. Family doesn't need it. They've turned social media off. Good for them. We've discussed it, and she doesn't need it. The family doesn't need it.
Well, and then, of course, now the family has retained Ben Crump, who's a well-known civil rights lawyer, and say what you want about him, the fact that they retained it. But what I will say about Crump is that whatever case he's affiliated with gets a lot of attention. And I believe this case should keep continuing a lot of attention. There's still answers that family deserves. So I'm not begrudging of that. But one thing I will say that the statements that the family has put out, I think have met the moment as far as the public and the community is concerned. Like, let's wait. And I thought the statement the local NAACP put out over there was very responsible, saying, we're watching. We have eyeballs. We all know what our job is. We're watching this. We're not letting it go, but let's wait for the facts to come out. Let's not jump to conclusions, start accusing people of stuff. Thought it was a good job by them to not fan the flames. And so
I spoke to the mother today.
Yeah. Okay.
On her way to DC.
We're recording this on July. What's today? Thursday, July the 9th.
The 9th.
Yeah.
So I spoke to Mama today, and I speak to her every day.
Yeah.
Just to touch base with her. I've got 3 calls in.
You got to work on that racism.
Right.
Yours.
Yeah. So I have 3 calls I make every day. Right. Jadarius is Mom Aquarius, whose son is still in the landfill.
Right.
So a month later, we'll get into that one in the next show. I've got Miss Christine, whose son just passed away.
Right.
And then I've got another parent. I don't want to discuss it. I call him just to check on them to see how they're doing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not a racist, but anyway, so that bullshit that's coming out, and look, again, it's rage baiters, race baiters, whatever you want to call it. Color, creed, sexual preference, religion, political party, I don't care. We don't care. We're going to look for whoever needs to be found, right?
Right.
So some of the stories that I've heard, let's talk about some of this.
Well, it's a
crazy
good time
rumor.
to point out that United Cajun Navy is an organization. We don't make anybody fill out an application in order to get rescued or to get help. No. We don't have any box check. And if you know how to use the internet or a phone, you can find us, and if we can help, we will.
Absolutely. Some of the rumors that are out there, there was an altercation. 18-year-old boys, bunch of boys drinking. Okay, there might be an altercation. Nobody died. Nobody got shot right there.
Right.
At this altercation, this fight, because there were some videos of some people chirping.
Right.
I don't think Nolan was involved with that from the videos
I was told that it didn't have anything to do with him or the group he was with. He was just in the vicinity of it. And again, he had an affinity to try to break up fights. Yeah. So if he was in it, he was probably trying to tell people to calm down.
Hey, chill out. Y'all go your own ways.
Right.
And he got lost on the island. That he went swimming trying to reach a boat. That there was a boat. I mean, so much stuff. And then you get into the truly hateful things that, hey, There's some stuff. There was a rumor once or twice that I heard he got on the boat and they pushed him off the boat and they hit him in bullshit. They need to stop that.
Right.
The family doesn't need it. The community doesn't need it. And I'm going to say this, us as Americans don't need it because it's nationwide.
Yeah.
And there's death threats that are going out. There's just some hate speech that's going out. And it's from both sides. It's not just black towards white. It's white towards black. I mean, there's some retaliatory comments and we need to stop it. Right. Period, point blank, stop it. I'm hoping that Trump stops it. I'm hoping that Trump stops it. We just need to all get along, right? I mean, that's the thing.
I blame Team USA for getting knocked out by Belgium of the World Cup because now we don't have anything to focus on. We got still like another month and a half before college football starts.
Should we go after the Belgianese? Is that what they're called? Bulgarians?
I heard that Belgium might have they might be working on a nuclear bomb. We might have. I'm totally joking. We're not going to war with anybody else. God forbid.
We have our hands full
God
now.
willing. Hey guys, have you ever wanted to know where you can follow the United Cajun Navy? Well, it's simple. You go to our website, UnitedCajunNavy.org. That way you grow the show. Out of this story was the after story, and
sure.
Hopefully people can kind of keep their powder dry. Listen, the investigators are investigating. Cops are doing cop things. Lawyers are doing lawyer things. United Cajun Navy is going back to doing Cajun Navy things, right? We have other ops going on. Josh is about to deploy to Venezuela to help with the earthquake relief. We have other ops coming up. So not that we're taking our eyes off the ball here with the Nolan Wells story, but it's in the hands of people that are used to know what they're doing. So that's all we can ask people to do.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing. There's some dirty, rotten sons of bitches out there who try and profiteer off of this.
Right.
And we've seen multiple GoFundMes that are so close. So the mother's best friend, and we talked about this with the mom, the mother's best friend made a GoFundMe, an official GoFundMe with her name, right? We helped with the narrative and everything, and we told the mama that we would because they need help. They needed some help.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and speaking of that GoFundMe, we have the United Cajun Navy. We've posted it on our Facebook page. We have the actual company GoFundMe highlighted that fundraiser on their X account on X, and we retweeted that. So it's easy to find the right one. Make sure that it's the one that's sanctioned by the family, and that money will go to the family for legal expenses, funeral expenses.
But let me tell you how sneaky these dirty, rotten suckers are. So they made one, use the same narrative, use the same pictures, but the name.
They changed the name
by
by
two letters.
Yeah.
Instead of Dennis, D-E-N, as a last name, D-E-N-I-S, they turned it to Davis, D-A-V-I-S.
And usually GoFundMe is good about sniffing those out if enough people complain about it and deleting them. But nevertheless, just look for the official one. So so this has really brought out the bad people. And you know what? We might, if y'all keep pissing us off, we might take all these accounts online that are obviously just trying to get clicks and likes and just make a montage of them and just put it out there for our 800,000+ followers to say, hey, just go spend all day just reporting every post that these people make until Facebook finally takes them down.
What about the guy who called you MF and hunky?
Did he say hunky or honky?
Like
I thought he was saying I was hunky. I thought I was going to take it as a compliment. I mean, I don't swing that way. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but hunky.
So he called you. I'm sure he was trying to make a slur about it, call you a honky, but he misspelled and called you a hunky. Right. So maybe he was trying to hit on you, dude. Maybe you have some fans out there in that land.
And I'm 51. It's been a while since I've been officially hit on. So, you know what I mean? I'll take it.
Right on.
Might not want to go to the party, but it's still nice to be invited.
Right.
You know what I mean? All right. Enough of that, y'all. You've been watching Shrimp Boots, the official podcast of the United Cajun Navy. We're going to keep you updated on the Nolan.
Okay, y'all. I played that because I wanted y'all to hear from the words of the people that, were responsible for actually locating Nolan's body. I came across that video and I had never seen it. I had never watched it. So I felt like, even though it's kind of old, why is this so small? Even though it's kind of old, I wanted to play that one. Oh, this ain't the right. No wonder this ain't the right playlist. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me pull up the correct playlist. But I did intend on playing that. Playing that one right there. Give me just a second. Y'all make sure y'all double tap the screen for your girl. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. All right, here we go. So that got it to a clip. So, yeah, let's see. Thank you, Miss Lynn. Ooh. Yeah, my nose is itchy. It's the allergies. It's the allergies for me.
When you observed his body being found, did you take any images or document that moment?
So I started taking images of the scene on the ground. There were several law enforcement boats and personnel. And later on, when I looked at the pictures and zoomed in, I noticed that you could actually see the body laying on the shoreline in those pictures. I was not trying to take a picture of the body at the time, but it ended up being captured in the wide angle.
And what exactly do you see in the photos?
I see a body that matches the description of Nolan Wells, laying face down at the shoreline, right at the water's edge. And he was wearing swim trunks and, was, not moving. Obviously, it just looked like he was sleeping on the beach.
Now knowing that the family is looking for any information about his body being discovered that day and washing up on shore, do you plan to hand over these photos and these images to the family or to their team?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's obviously images that I hope that his family never has to see. However, anything, and I'm going to repeat this, anything that Christine and Elmore want from the United Cajun Navy, we will not tell them no. We will give them whatever they want, anytime they want. All they have to do is ask.
So once they ask you, you will then hand over anything that you do have and any information that you have from that day.
That's correct.
Why didn't your team communicate to the family about what you saw that day?
Yeah, I just didn't think that it would be helpful to his mom as she was just finding out that her son was dead. That I saw the body. Human curiosity is going to probably ask me to describe what I saw, and I just think that would have made it worse. Certainly wasn't trying to hide anything from her. And as a matter of fact, I was 400 feet in the air, and there was plenty of law enforcement on the scene right there with his body. So anybody could have described what they saw and what they saw up close. Now later on, I found out that they were not given access to the body and all that kind of stuff, and maybe it could have been helpful if I just told them the little bit that I knew, but I didn't know that at the time.
Let me ask you something that's starting to get traction, and it's also starting to get polarizing, even though we don't really have any information to motivate true understanding yet. Now, I'm talking about the Nolan Wells investigation.
Got it.
I have been on it from jump, and the impetus for me was that I understood why the family felt that the initial word from the investigators that there's no foul play. I understand the sensitivity, given the other components of this, where it was, who this is, how quick that answer came before they really had any kind of sense of context. But the immediate pushback was, oh, Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, here they go, making it racial when there's no proof of that. Why has this resonated where other cases hasn't?
Well, it resonates particularly in the Black community because in the year 2026, we find ourselves sensing and being.
Hold on a minute. His name will fade away when they find out when he was killed by friends of the same complete. You know that? You were there? You want to tell your story? J Bones. You want to tell your story? Go ahead and tell it.
And highly suspicious of vicious circumstances. There was a Black dude who was the only Black dude in attendance, and he's the only person, the human being, that didn't come home alive. Something's wrong with that picture. And the people that were there with him have no answers. Something is highly suspicious about that. Now, it would be irresponsible to accuse folks of murder or to accuse folks of criminal behavior that lent itself towards this kid being killed. But the bottom line is that if you sent your son out and they go on a boat trip with these guys and he's the only one that doesn't come back alive and he's the only Black individual that was there, you better believe that the Black community is going to be up in arms as well as we should be, because that is highly, highly suspicious. It's not just that he's deceased, that he's gone. It's that there's no explanation. Nobody.
I mean, we know that he's not the only Black guy in attendance. I mean, we've heard his mom's best friend, 2 sons were there. You know what I'm saying? And they're Black. So we know that. What's your point? What's your point?
Nobody knows anything. Well, he was with you. Listen, you're a dad. I'm a dad. We send our children out. And first of all, regardless of what ethnicity, regardless of what color we're talking about here, we send our children out and you're the only one that doesn't come home alive. I'll be damned if the Chris Cuomo that I know doesn't want answers and doesn't expect answers. You know me, and I'm going to push for answers. So for no one to have answers as to what happens is when the suspicion elevates exponentially. That's what this is about. It's about the fact that there's been no answer. Nobody knows. A matter of fact, the parents, from what I read, the parents were saying they didn't even get a hold of the cell phone until they used whatever device to locate it, and it was brought to them by one of the people that was in attendance with their son. I'm saying all of those things lend itself towards an extremely heightened level of suspicion. Something smells. Now, do I know what that is? Do you know what that is? Hell no. But I'll be damned if that we can't ask those questions, and we shouldn't insist on further investigation, and we shouldn't be hell-bent on getting to the bottom of what happened. There was one black dude in attendance with a slew of people who all happen to be white. You're in Mississippi, and one person comes back, it doesn't come back. They are dead, and it happens to be the black kid. I'll be damned if black America is not going to stand up and say, something wrong with that picture. We need to find out what the hell happened. And I stand with folks who say, I need to find out what happened. That's all I'm saying. Need to find out what happened.
Yeah, I think that the two critical words, you got the legal system, and then you got, well, or is it a justice system? And the fairness is about due process. I think the investigators came out of the box too fast with an answer that this is okay. And were there other black kids? Yes, I'm sure. It was majority white, of course, overwhelmingly so. I'm sure that these kids are telling the truth when they say they loved Nolan and he was easy to love and everybody loved him. But I get the need for answers, especially when you add all the context. It shouldn't surprise any of us. Stephen A., it doesn't surprise anybody that you're right on point either. And that's why I love having you on. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased.
Let's bring in former police officer and Black Line Security CEO Brandon.
Now listen, y'all know why I'm playing Tate. Tate was on Fox. See this guy right here, man. Oh my God. Like honestly, he was on one of the worst, not so much of a news station, Fox. I don't even consider them a news station, but there's a reason. There's always a method to my madness, and there's a reason why I'm playing what I'm about to play. Hey, LaQuinta. Thank you. I appreciate that. So this is Tate, and he's on Fox News. Are you shocked? Are you surprised? This buckethead bitch is on Fox News. Let's listen to what he got to say. Yeah.
Tatum, Brandon, great to have you on the show. I want to play some sound from Benjamin Crump. He would see what he said. I think you'll find this is kind of a biased narrative, but I'll let you decide that. Watch.
This pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he's saying based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant.
Brandon, he said you can't rule out foul play. What he left out is there is zero evidence of foul play.
First of all, Benjamin Crump needs to learn how to read. And I think that he was very disrespectful to the family by even doing this presentation unprepared. It is asinine that he would interject race into a situation where there's no evidence of race and there's no evidence of foul play. I think that every single person under the sound of my voice wants to know what happened to Nolan Wells. But what we don't want is for people to interject hatred into a community that's struggling right now to deal with the fact that a young man who had an incredibly bright future, who was beloved by everybody, would be taken at such a young age. But this is what they do, Trace. They go into these communities, they push racism because it's the only way that they can still keep up the grift. Because we know, and me actually going to Mississippi, I spoke to many citizens there. I spoke to all of the kids that were involved in this, and they were good, quality, young people raised right, and the community isn't rooted in racism like maybe it was several decades ago. But Benjamin Crump has to come out and do this instead of being honest and interviewing every party involved to get the full spectrum before he get out and run his mouth.
And Brandon, I want to play. This is because you also talked to Nolan Wells' best friend, and I want to play some of this sound because this is really a big part of the story that is being left out. And you got to the bottom of this. It is well worth the watch. Listen to this very closely.
The statements that are out there made it appear that it was just you, Nolan, and probably 2 or 3 other guys, and y'all are the only ones that went out to this island.
And that's completely incorrect. I mean, Horn Island on the 4th of July is the most popular day to be on the water on throughout the entire Gulf Coast. Next thing you know, there's 50 other people around us, and then it just grew and grew as the day came on. And that's just how it was. Everybody's drinking. It's 4th of July. Everyone's just trying to enjoy themselves, and it's a big party, basically, big party.
Yeah, and you had witnesses, Brandon, that were saying that Nolan stayed on the island because he was with a girl, and he said he would take the next boat home, and these guys left. It's not like they did anything nefarious. Pick it up from there.
Well, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Warren for being brave and showing courage to come out, because while I was there, the young men were getting death threats, people trying to show up at their houses, but it doesn't appear that they did anything wrong. They showed me, I went out to Horn Island, they gave a very clear articulation that they left. They had Life 360 evidence, they had text message evidence, you name it, they had it. They've already talked to investigators. Some of the young men took an equivalent of a lie detector test and all passed, and they had nothing to do with this. And let me tell you this, Trace, these young men were hurting. They literally had tears in their eyes talking about their best friend who had died. And it's a shame that these race hustlers came out and did what they did, because Warren and others couldn't even go to the funeral because they were afraid somebody would attack them at the funeral, and they were not welcome there. And you have to think, these are Nolan's really close friends. He spent the night at their house. He went out at 4th of July with them. And Nolan was a grown man. You know, we all know he was with a young lady. He wasn't trying to go back at 4:30 with these boys. He was trying to hang out like any other teenager would do. And instead of finding out the fact patterns that will lead us to understand what happened to Nolan, they're pushing racism, and it is a shame. And these people should be sued. Their socks to be sued off at the vitriolic stuff.
That's what I asked yesterday. You know, we watched it yesterday. I'm just replaying it. Today is sort of kind of like a recap. But yeah, I asked that too. What's the equivalent of a lie detector test? Right, keep it cute. Right. Make it make sense. But this is Tatum. This is him. Asshole.
Did exceptional work out there. Thank you for coming on the show, sir. We very much appreciate it.
All the Fox News latest on YouTube.
So there has been a lot of chatter online, especially since Ben Crump announced the results of the preliminary autopsy in Nolan Wells' death. And there are people speculating that it somehow shows foul play, indicates foul play. Ben Crump said that.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion. You know, just like you, I have one. And him not saying what I want him to say is not why I think he's an asshole. I don't try to dictate how people feel, what their opinions are, what they say. I don't know that guy. I just know from what I know of him, he's an asshole. And he, you know, has an issue with his own race of people. Like, that's weird. I have an issue with, you know, not all of my race of people, but the ones that commit crimes and things of that sort. So I get it. But, you know, like I say, my opinion is my opinion, just like yours is yours. So have yours and I'll have mine. Okay? If Bam Bam Bigelow says he's a good man, then you feel like he's a good man. I feel like he's an asshole and he needs therapy.
The medical examiner did not rule it out. There are other people who are saying it proves nothing, that it doesn't show anything involving foul play, certainly not racism. You can't tell that from an autopsy. But a lot of people are trying to read into this preliminary finding and figure out, well, what does it all mean? And the only reason I want to do this right now is it doesn't really mean anything yet. That the information does not prove accident, foul play, anything. And it doesn't lean one way or another. The injury to the back of his head could be foul play, but it also could be pooling from the body laying on a slab, which was the case when the body was examined by the Mississippi medical examiner. So we don't know. It could be one, it could be the other. We don't know. So there's nothing. Now, a lot of people are saying this has to be foul play. It doesn't make sense. Well, and they're saying it because why would people hire a lawyer?
Hey, Melissa.
Why would people
Melissa, go out, unsubscribe to the channel, subscribe back, hit the bell again, make sure you click on all, and it should work. Should fix it, but I'm not for sure.
Texts that they may have had between Nolan and them or other people. It could be foul play, but it also, you know, look, one of the scenarios, and I'm not saying this happened because I don't know, but one of the scenarios could be this, that they were all drinking, which one of the friends said, that maybe they were drunk and they were on a boat and there was horseplay and Nolan either fell off the boat or was pushed off the boat during the horseplay and hit his head, went under, and they couldn't find him. And, you know, that is a scenario. I have no idea what happened, but it's a scenario. And maybe the people who were involved in that freaked out. They thought, oh my God, he died, and we were on the boat and we were engaged in the horseplay. And they call a lawyer and they eliminate a text. I mean, it's possible. It doesn't mean it's racism. It could be just covering their asses, or it could be racism, or it could be foul play. The only point I'm trying to make is that people are just doing everything they can to read into things that are not necessarily readable at this point. And, you know, Ben Crump had a news conference and he presented all of this. And yeah, he said that his medical examiner hasn't ruled out foul play. Well, he hasn't ruled out accident either. We're nowhere in terms of the physical evidence pointing one way or the other. Now that may change. And the fact that the medical examiner for the family did not have the neck area, that could prove really important because that's being evaluated right now by the Mississippi medical examiner. And maybe it is significant and points to foul play. Maybe it doesn't. We don't know. Point I'm making last time is that what we know right now does not point in one direction or another. So conclusions are premature.
Right. I agree. It's a lot. Let's continue. Okay, so y'all, the Mississippi district attorney, she made a statement. I thought it was important for us to hear what she had to say. Let's listen.
District Attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi, I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community deserves answers. Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations. I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly, carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation in the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process. My obligation extends to and requires me to use reasonable care to ensure investigating agencies avoid making those statements and releasing information as well. These rules exist to protect the search for the truth, not to prevent it. As divided as the discussion surrounding Nolan's death has become, I know we all want the same thing, to understand what happened to Nolan. With that being our shared goal, we must also share in the goal of protecting the integrity of how the truth is discovered. If we sacrifice the integrity of the process in effort to satisfy today's questions, we risk undermining the confidence in tomorrow's answers. When the public asks, what about this, or have they looked at that, or did they think about this? The answer is yes. Those are the same questions investigators ask. The difference is that we can't publicly discuss the evidence, the interviews, or what those efforts have uncovered while the investigation is underway. Again, our restraint in sharing details of the investigation is not a refusal to share the truth. It is our commitment to protect the process that allows the truth to be known with confidence. There's a lot of information out there, and there is a heck of a lot of misinformation out there. I simply want the community I serve to know that this investigation is being handled with the care, professionalism, and commitment to the truth that every family in Jackson County deserves. As we continue this important work, Nolan's family, his friends, and all who loved him remain in our prayers.
All right, y'all. Let's go.
All right, peace and blessings.
This is a content creator that I watch. I don't think that I've reacted to any of his videos on this channel or no. I just know I watch them. I do like his platform. I do like him. Monica, please don't keep putting that in my chat. It's considered spamming. And if you spam my chat, YouTube don't like that. Okay? But his name is I think it's Taylor House Publishing. I watch him. I like his videos. Now, my only purpose for watching or reacting to this video is because I put out a lot of things for my supporters to have their own opinion. I mean, I have my opinion and the people in the chat have theirs. This video I watched, I thought it was interesting, and I felt like I should bring it to y'all and let y'all, come up with your own conclusions. So let's watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And as the scripture says, all things hidden shall be revealed. And this is allegedly a picture of a white boy covering up a body, presumably the body of Nolan Wells, who was found dead on Horn Island on July 4th or July 6th, 2026. Now, you see it is nighttime. You see a white boy with the shirt off, and you also see somebody in the background. Now, I'm going to zoom in on this picture. If you look right by the left picture and you look by his right foot, and if you follow the bottom line, you will see what looks like to be a black body with an afro head. Now, let's zoom in a little bit closer to this picture. And you see, once again, if we'll zoom in a little bit, zoom in. So at the bottom right there, it seems like it is what? A head. And there is looks like a body. Now, I can't tell if that is the shoreline where his feet are in the water. The white boy's feet are in the water, and he's burying the body right there on the shoreline. And then if you look to the right side of the picture, you'll see his foot standing over what may have been already buried. And if you look where the cursor is, that may be the head that is buried. Now, once again, I don't know if this picture has any validity, but people are saying that this is possibly Nolan Wells' body and being buried by this guy right here. And we can zoom in a little closer. Y'all let me know if y'all recognize, these faces from all of the pictures of Nolan's friends. I think we can zoom in a little bit closer. Let's focus on the one that's doing the burying real quick. There he looks like a 2020 version of Roddy Piper or Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. And here's another picture of him. Y'all tell me if this looks like one of the pictures of Nolan's quote unquote friends. Now, the guy in the background, you can't really see him, but I know a lot of people have been examining these people that's allegedly associated with what we believe is the murder of Nolan Wells. So I don't know if this looks like one of the guys in the pictures or one of the guys who, even the guy that's doing interviews. I don't know. He has a long nose like that guy that's doing interviews now with Officer Tatum. But this is a picture, and someone said that the top of the picture is a Snapchat. So this is Snapchat. But once again, if you focus on the bottom of the picture, let's zoom in a little bit more. You can clearly see that looks like an afro head. And by his feet right there by the cursor, I don't know, once again, if he's kicking the body more towards the dirt. And if you come over here to this side, this may be the final cover-up of the alleged body of Nolan Wells. And so we'll look at it again from a different perspective. Once again, that's and it looks like somebody's watching, and that guy looks definitely evil, like he just beat somebody allegedly to death, or may have been involved in some violent act. We don't know, once again, if this is a valid picture. With all of the cover up and the speculation, that's all we can do right now is speculate. But considering the fact that there is a young man who has came out and pretty much said, if they don't tell what really happened, then I'm going to leak everything, which leads everybody to believe that there's people who know what's going on and there is some sort of a cover up. He said, if they don't make this right, I am going to leak everything. And so if this picture, once again, has any validity to it, then could this be what he was talking about? And you guys tell me, does this look like one of the guys who are allegedly friends, one of the guys in one of the photos? And could that be Nolan Wells' body being buried in the dirt? Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
I like him, y'all. Y'all go check his channel out. It's called Taylor House Publishing. Now, let me see if he said something about a video. I'm going to. He got some more videos that I did not see. Video of Nolan Wells being attacked by white boys. I don't know. See, you know, you just don't ever know what's real and what's fake. But I'm going to check out these other videos that he got on his channel, and I may bring them out and may not. But y'all go check them out for yourselves. Hey, Tanya, go check out Taylor House Publishing for yourselves. I like his channel. All right, we're going to continue on, y'all. We're playing shorter clips, and then this last one is a shorter clip, and then we're going to get into some longer videos. Pretty much recapping everything that's been going on or that has gone on. Now, let's go to the next one. Oh, I don't know why I got her on here twice. Hold on. All right, so this is Court TV, all right? Y'all know how I feel about Court TV. I think I may have played this one on yesterday. I'm not sure. But even if I did, I want to play it again today, because I felt like there were some key points in here that I want you all to remember. And like I say, the reason for hindsight and recapping is because I feel as though, every time I get this feeling, something tends to happen that in a minute, maybe not, it could be this weekend, could be not, something is going to break in this case, y'all. Because what I do know is that you may be able to hide the truth for a long time, hell, years and years and years. I've seen cases where a case is like 20 years old, and after 20 years, an arrest is made in the case. Like, you may hide the truth for a minute, you may hide it for a second, you may hide it for years, but eventually something's going to pop, something's going to break, to whereas the truth will be revealed. And I just want everything that I see that I feel like I'm putting in my mental Rolodex, I want to bring to y'all so y'all can remember too as well. So whenever something happens or something breaks, we can be able to look back and say, well, hey, this and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it just is what it is. Let's go to Court TV.
The mysterious death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells has now become a national story and a national debate. Some believe he's the victim of a racial attack, while others believe this was a tragic accident that has nothing to do with race. The investigation is far from over, but today, Nolan Wells' family attorney Benjamin Crump announced some preliminary results from a private autopsy.
This pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells.
And now new details also being revealed by witnesses who saw Nolan Wells' body.
Nolan was found face down, fully clothed.
Meanwhile, the official investigation into what happened on Horn Island on July 4th continues, as a grand jury in Mississippi is reportedly looking at the case. And now, for the first time, one of Nolan's friends who was there that day is speaking out for the first time about what he saw and what he heard. All these new developments now have fueled even more debate and raised even more questions surrounding the tragic death of Nolan Wells. This is now a divisive story, the death of Nolan Wells. And the question is, was this an accident or was this a crime? Was this fueled by racism or are these baseless allegations? In this episode, we're going to take a look at some new information, including those results from the private autopsy and the words of one of Nolan Wells' friends. I'm Vinny Politan. Let's investigate. So what we're learning about Horn Island on July 4th is that this is a huge celebration for locals there. Like, everyone's out on the water. And Horn Island, about 10 miles off the coast of Mississippi, is a place where people gather You know, the water, you can kind of wade through it a little bit. You can go onto the beach.
At this point, I feel like you're following me, Tanya. Ben Crump. Why does Ben Crump? Ben Crump does not need to do anything about JaVale Harris's case. JaVale Harris's case has nothing to do with civil rights. JaVale Harris's case is that she was unalive. Listen, y'all gotta. Lord Jesus. Okay. All right. Mods continue to post your disclaimer about the K word and the M word and the disrespect. And at this point, anybody that comes in and break any one of y'all's rules, just get their ass out of here. I ain't got time today. Not today. It's been a long week. You got to go because we don't mention other content creators in my chat. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna put you out. Maybe you didn't know that, but I do have the Nancy Grace coverage that I am going to react to. But yeah, that's a rule of mine. Don't come in my chat promoting other content creators. Period. And that's not out of like malice or anything like that. I have my reasons. So yeah. All right. Welcome KCGB. All right, y'all. Let's listen.
There's nothing there. Like there is nothing there at all. We're also learning new information that Nolan Wells went out with not just a couple of friends, but went out with a large group. That's what one of his friends is saying. We're going to talk about that. This is a much different picture than was painted, right? We saw the picture of Nolan with 3 of his friends, and we're thinking, okay, 4 guys going out there. Maybe there's a 5th or a 6th, but no, it's a much larger group. In fact, the group was so large that they went out on 3 different boats and followed each other out there. So this is a much different situation than what I had in my mind about what was going on that day. I thought it was, okay, there's a few people out, you know, maybe a few dozen people out on Horn Island. We're hearing the numbers are much larger. And he was out with a few friends when it's a much, much larger group. Also, we're learning a lot more now from Ben Crump, who is the attorney representing Nolan Wells' family, trying to uncover everything and make sure a full and transparent investigation takes place here. And they've hired their own medical examiner to perform a private autopsy. And those preliminary.
See, I'm glad you understand. You must be a content creator, Chef Chevy TV. A lot of people think I do that, or that's one of my rules because, you know, I have my reasons. I do. One of them is this. Don't come in my listen, there's a lot of content creators that go around YouTube and write in other people's chats. I'm not one of them. I'm not going to go in somebody else's chat, another content creator, where I may go into their live, they may have numbers or whatever, and self-promote myself. I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not. Now, I do have a history here on YouTube to why I don't, promote other content creators, because I've done that in the past, and, a couple times, and it came back to bite me in the ass. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah. But one of the things is that, you have content creators that will actually go into people's chats to self-promote. I'm not like, look, respect me. Approach me as a content creator. Say, look, I have a channel, this and the third, and I don't have no issue with that. But don't come in my chat promoting other people. And now I have a group of people that I promote, right? But if it's not one of those, don't do that. And my moms know that, and you will be booted out. Now, I didn't boot that person out because I don't know if they knew that or not. But, yeah, that's one of my rules. Do not come into my chat putting other content creators, unless I've reacted to one of their videos. Like I just reacted to Taylor House Publishing. Of course, you can put his name in the chat. I'm promoting him. But anybody else, no, don't do that. It's disrespectful. Oh, Tanya, no, Chef, Chevy TV. Okay, all right. Well, yeah. Let's listen.
Preliminary results are out, and we are going to talk about those private autopsy results. Very significant, very important in all of this, but they are preliminary, and they're part of the second autopsy because the medical examiner from the state has not released any information yet. Now, there's another big piece of information that was revealed by Ben Crump today, talking about Nolan Wells and when he was found and what his body looked like, and most importantly, what he was wearing. Take a listen to this.
The fact, Christine, that the United Cajun Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials, that Nolan was found face down, fully clothed. Well, that's significant to us because the last time we saw him on the videos, he was without a shirt. So at what point did he put on a shirt? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. There were almost 300, 400 people. Somebody knows something.
Okay. Fully clothed. Now, the United Cajun Navy is a private organization that helps in search and rescues. And we've seen them in a lot of the cases that we've covered through the years. And a member of the United Cajun Navy let it be known that based upon his observations, face down, fully clothed. What exactly does fully clothed mean? Well, at a minimum, you're going to have a shirt on, right? I want you to take a look at this video. This is from TMZ, and this was from the day that Nolan Wells went missing on Horn Island. And there he is. And you notice in that video, not wearing a shirt. This is, according to the metadata, around 2:23 in the afternoon. So this would be a couple hours prior to those boats leaving. But at that time, not fully clothed, he's wearing swim trunks. Now, what does the term fully clothed mean? Does it mean you get out of your swim trunks, or does it mean you have a shirt on? Does it mean you have a shirt and shoes on? It's not clear. But at a minimum, if you're going to describe someone as fully clothed, they're going to have a shirt on. So when did he put on a shirt, and why was he wearing a shirt? Why was he in the water with a shirt, right? These are important questions that haven't been answered, but new information now that raises, curiosity about the timeline from 2:23 to the time that he apparently goes missing, shirtless, and then wearing a shirt, according to the United Cajun Navy. So that's a big development in all this, because if you put on your shirt, that would likely put you on a boat, not on the island, not in the water, but potentially on a boat getting ready to head back. I mean, that's the natural implication from that, unless, for some reason he put the shirt on the island. But in that image there that we saw, he didn't have the shirt when he was sort of hanging by the boat. So why was the shirt on? Or is that inaccurate reporting? That's possible too. That's potentially inaccurate. I don't know. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, that's huge. Also, Benjamin Crump presenting to the public the results of the preliminary autopsy done by a private medical examiner who they hired to do this, was actually paid for by Colin Kaepernick, the former football player. So let's take a listen to what Ben Crump revealed at this meeting today. Fascinating stuff.
So Dr. Roger Mitchell, board certified forensic pathologist, performed a preliminary report on the death of Nolan Xavier Wells. He conducted and presented this report on July 19th, 2026. Preliminary report, second autopsy, death of Nolan Xavier Wells. Cause of death, undetermined, pending investigation. And we'll explain that as we go through the report this morning. The manner of death, undetermined, pending investigation. Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. Very significant. Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. And we'll explain that in just a minute.
Two significant pieces here, right? So there's this soft tissue redness in the back of the head in this area that apparently was not discovered or examined in the initial autopsy by the state medical examiner. That's according to the private medical examiner, Dr. Mitchell. And then the area of the throat was not provided when they provided the body. Part of the throat was still retained by the state medical examiner, which may mean that there's further testing being done to see if there's any sort of injury to the throat part of Nolan Wells, while there is some soft tissue redness back here that, again, the genesis of it not explained, like it's not known at this time, but it was noted for the preliminary autopsy. Let's continue to watch.
How he found red discoloration when he cut open into the back of his head towards the occipital bone, and he saw the red discoloration, and we actually saw the pictures of it. It's significant. You can't help but notice, why is this dark red here in the back of his head? And so he was important to note that in his report. He said that etiology of this finding is unclear. There are no lacerations of the overlaying skin nor fractures of the underlying skull. These findings are inconclusive for perimortem injury due to both the extensive decomposition and the absence of associated injuries. This finding however, is significant enough to be highlighted in this preliminary report for further investigation. It is important to reiterate that the finding could not have been observed in the first autopsy because the posterior head and neck dissection were not performed. He said another limitation, move this back here. Another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy. And so let's discuss that with what he said about that. He said, it is assumed that the initial pathologist retained these structures for additional evaluation. He said the retention of the anterior neck structures during an initial autopsy is a common forensic pathology practice. He was chief medical examiner for 7 years in Washington, D.C., and he said that if they had concern about throat or any fracture or compression of the throat, they too will hold them back. He doesn't know why they held the throat back, but he said the throat was not with the body of Nolan Wells when he received it in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy.
So let's just hold there for 1 second. So there's no allegation that anything's being hidden from the private medical examiner doing this autopsy, right? It's not an allegation that's being hidden. What it is there's a reason why it wasn't provided. And that reason could be further investigation, further analysis, further testing for injuries or something in the throat area. But those results aren't known. We don't know the actual reason. But again, they're not accusing the state of hiding evidence. What they're doing is saying, listen, there's potentially a reason why it would be held back. Let's continue to watch.
He said, nevertheless, a posterior neck dissection performed without review of the anterior neck structures is incomplete. Therefore, this pathologist cannot rule out injury to the neck as a contributor or a cause of death. He said he would need to have medical examiner and him to review the throat. That's why he said determined pending investigation. Lastly, in cases where a death has occurred in or around a body of water with suspicion of drowning, it is important to confirm how that person entered the water. This is the crux of the matter. This information is especially important for those deaths of persons who can swim. As in the case with Nolan Wells, at the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death. He said definitive circumstances of death are required to determine the manner of death. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out, and let me really call your attention to this. For these reasons, this pathologist cannot rule out if any intervening non-accidental factors contributed to or caused the death of Nolan Wells. Understand, he's saying based on the examination of the body, he cannot rule out foul play. That is significant.
It's undetermined. So you're not ruling out foul play, you're not ruling out accident. It's neither. It could be spun in either direction. But the bottom line is not enough information. And it seems some of that information would have to come from eyewitnesses, not just from the autopsy. Like how he ended up, was he forced into the water? That's not something that's you're necessarily gonna be able to figure out from an autopsy at all. What I want to do now is there's more information that we're getting, and this is information from someone who was one of Nolan's friends. Warren Hudson is his name. He was on the Officer Tatum show, gave an interview, and in part one of the interview, revealed some more of the facts surrounding that day, some of the circumstances that paint a much different picture, at least for me. And it begins with, there were so many people, we had to split up into 3 boats, talking about how many people were in their group that were going out to Horn Island that day. It was not Nolan Wells and 2 or 3 friends. It was a much larger group that needed to be split into 3 separate boats. So it was a large group of people who were going out. Now, I don't know if this number is accurate, but Warren Hudson said that there were roughly 2 to 3, maybe 4,000 people there, speaking about the entire Horn Island, which is miles long. And he was describing rows and rows of boats that were lined up and tied down and anchored down all around different parts of the island, which again expands miles. It's a relatively big barrier island. Now he's describing where Nolan was. Nolan was on Wyatt's 22 Triton, which is, I guess, a type of boat. Nolan rode out on the Triton. We had a Palm Beach. I guess that's another type of boat. 18 Palm Beach. There were 4 guys on that. There were like 8 people on the Triton, and the rest of the group, 10 to 15, 16 people on my buddy's tide line. So they got a Triton, a Palm Beach, and a tide line, 3 different types of boats, 3 different sizes. You've got 4 people on one, 8 people on the one that Nolan is on, and another 10 to 16 people on the third boat. So this is a large group, which means there should be a lot of information coming from these folks. He also says, when we got there, I helped my buddies tie the boats up. So the boats were tied together. So all 3 boats were next to one another. So again, they remained as a group. And what were they doing that day? Exactly what we thought. Everybody's drinking. It was the 4th of July. It's a big party, basically a big party. But how does a party result in the death of Nolan Wells? That's a question that still has not been answered. But we have a much clearer picture today of what the scene was like and what some of the results of the autopsy are. That's it for now. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for watching. Really do appreciate it. Until next time, please don't forget to hug the kids.
Shout out to Vinny, who I must say always stays neutral. He's about the facts. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. All right, so let's move on to TMZ, y'all. Let's move on to TMZ. And I gotta, let me see, as far as this one, I think, hold on, let me see something. Because TMZ be having more than one story on that thing, and I might have to come back to this. Hey, yeah, I might have to come back to that one. Let's see. We're going back to Court TV. We're going back to Court TV. Yeah,
Nolan Wells went to enjoy July 4th on Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi with his friends. He ended up dead. And early on, the sheriff said they believed he drowned and they did not suspect foul play. This upset Nolan's family. I mean, how could they come to this conclusion without an investigation? So Nolan's family reached out for help.
Why do you say we need to be retained to lead an independent investigation? It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials.
The family is working with attorney Ben Crump and had a private autopsy performed.
So you say, Denisha, the white guy, I can't think of his name, not good because I can't research it. He posted a ratio video and he ended up losing his job and stuff. And he said every 6 months we take a ninja to the water. What y'all think about that? I don't think anything about it because I can't research it if you don't know his name and go. I mean, take a ninja to the water every 6 months for what? For what? To unalive him? I mean, what is he taking him to the water for? Yeah. It's kind of vague. I can't really give an opinion on that because for one, I can't research it, and for two, I mean, what are they taking him to the water for? And why did he lose his job? You do, Octavia? Okay, what are we talking about? What's the story? What were they taking the ninja to the water for?
Red discoloration when he cut open into the back.
I can't be serious about what question, KCGB? What do you mean? One of my pet peeves is ignorance, and I don't like to speak out of ignorance. So I can assume that she's saying that they're taking the person to the water to unalive them, but I'm not going to assume. That's why I'm asking questions. Are you serious? Hey, Nicole, girl. I'm asking questions. I don't speak out of ignorance. I try not to. He was on social media talking about Nolan and how they take black boys and men to the water because they can't swim. Well, I mean, Nolan can swim unalive. I got what you were saying, Octavia. But according to our accounts, Nolan can swim. So, I mean, the thing about it is, if you want to unalive a person in the water by drowning them, whether they can swim or not, if you taking them to the water to do that, you could be able to do that. A person that can swim still could be unalive in the water. They can be drowned. They could be forced up under the water. So, you know, whether you take a person to the water that can swim or not can swim, you can still unalive them. It would help me out a lot if I knew where to go find that information, but I haven't heard anything about that.
Of his head towards the occipital bone.
Something else happened at that press conference. Ben Crump revealed a piece of information that got everyone's attention.
Nolan was found face down, fully clothed.
But now there's pushback on that claim, creating more confusion and more conflict as the investigation into the death of Nolan Wells continues. This case, this story, this investigation is getting very, very dicey. There is a divisive war of words on social media, not just from the public, but from people involved in the case. Also, what did this second autopsy reveal about the death of Nolan Wells, and what was he wearing when he was found face down in the water? I'm Vinny Politan. Let's investigate. The investigation about what happened at Horn Island is a death investigation. It's about how did he die? How did Nolan Wells die? Now, there's a couple different things here. Will we ever get a true answer? Let's say, for instance, that he drowned. Well, why did he drown, right? That's the other part of the question that you may or may not get an answer to as a result of an autopsy or anything else.
Okay, Denisha, is he on Facebook, YouTube, what, TikTok? All right, we have a name. So what social media platform is he on?
Some of this may rely upon witnesses coming forward and saying what they saw or what they didn't see, what they heard or what they didn't hear. So there's a lot to this that goes beyond just the autopsy, but the autopsy extremely revealing. And one of the things that was pointed out in the second autopsy of Nolan Wells by the private pathologist was this injury to the back of the head, the soft tissue, the reddening of the soft tissue in the back of the head. What was the source of this? And what was really significant is that the pathologist, the private pathologist, said this was not examined by the state pathologist. So how significant is that? We're going to talk about that. We're going to bring in our own expert in just a moment. Another question for this investigation is, why did Nolan stay on the island? Why wasn't he on the boat or one of the 3 boats that showed up that day to leave when the rest of his friends left? And that really gets to the heart of the issue. And that's where there's been a little bit of a conflict of people's accounts of what exactly Nolan's plans were. So that has to be resolved. And finally, like, what was he wearing when he was found? This is now a big issue in the case. We saw him, right? He's wearing a bathing suit in some of the images that have become public that people have tracked down from earlier that day. I think the latest that I've seen is about 2:30 in the afternoon. We know the boat left around 4:30.
Did we just, is this the one we just watched? Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I don't know how I can put the same video on here twice. No. We're not doing that. We just watched that one. Okay. Let's move on. Let's see.
The tap dancing is off the charts.
I absolutely love this guy. I love this guy. I'm going to share these videos out on my community wall. I want y'all to go up and support them. Thumbs up the video that we're watching if you like the content, subscribe. But yeah, I like this guy. So we're going to listen to his account, all right? Mr. Hate, a.k.a. Roomton Lane McCall. Huh? What? Is that his name on social media? What social media platform is he on? Octavia. Wow. I watch her. You watch him as well. Y'all keep saying ooh, I hate when I ask questions and they don't get answered. I just need to know what platform he's on. I just need to know what platforms he's on. That's it. And I can go watch for myself. And we can talk about it.
Oh my goodness. So when it comes to Nolan Wells, I've already told you guys that I don't care. I haven't really been following the story ever since,
Hold on, yeah. He talked kind of fast, so I had to speed him. I had to slow him down.
the parents came out talking about, oh, we need to have, peace. Okay, please don't cause any harm. We have to have a celebration, for his funeral and to celebrate his life and yada, 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 yada. I don't deal with that, okay? Especially if we're suspecting foul play, which is clearly apparent, right? It doesn't take anyone with an IQ of room temperature to...
Thank you, Keep It Cute. Thank you, baby. Thank you.
Bare minimum, The narrative that has been given to everyone doesn't seem on the up and up. Doesn't seem accurate, right? We know that nobody leaves anywhere, goes anywhere without their phone, much less an 18-year-old kid. That's not what's going on. I don't care if there's a girl, a boy, a dog, an alien, you're not leaving without your phone. And then the time it took for them to give them the phone and then alleged, messages or pictures that were erased, it's not adding up. But that's besides the point. Like I said, if y'all want peace, y'all get your peace. If y'all don't, want to leave it to the sheriff's department and all that, by all means, you in Mississippi. Okay, I've been to Mississippi, never go back. If anything were to happen to me or mine, I'm going to be the first one in front of a mic and tell y'all to raise hell. I'm not going to be speaking about any peace. I'm not going to speak about any unity. I'm not going to be speaking about any type of, love and law and order. I'm not going to do any of that. None of that. I'm just going to let you know, I'm going to talk about a pound of flesh because that's what's going to be needed.
Damn.
That being said, I want people to understand that the biggest threat when it comes to this country, it's not racism, it's not white supremacy, it's not any of that. The biggest threat are people who lead you to believe that those things don't exist.
Why does it have to be about race?
That's the biggest threat, okay? Because everyone would like...
I just love this guy. He will have a clip. He will have a clip of Buckethead. He will driving this way. Oh, be safe, keep it cute. Be safe, keep it cute. Thank you. He will have a clip of Buckethead, y'all.
To be moving in a progressive, big pound of flesh, because that's what's going to be needed.
Damn.
That being said, I want people to understand that the biggest threat when it comes to this country, it's not racism, it's not white supremacy, it's not any of that. The biggest threat are people who lead you to believe that those things don't exist.
Why does it have to be about race?
That's the biggest threat, okay? Because everyone would like to be moving in a progressive position, right? We would like to be moving forward. But as long as there are those people who are saying, hey, there's not a problem here. What are you talking about? The doctor can't help you. He can't prescribe medicine if you don't even, go to the doctor to begin with. But when you go to the doctor, you say there's not a problem, even though you're bleeding out of your side, right? You got your whole intestines coming out. There's not a problem. I don't need surgery. Someone like that, you can't help them, bro. It just is what it is. And just to interrupt for a second, I want to let everyone know of blackvotewatch.org. It's a website which helps Black Americans keep our representative. Go and check it out, please. To say this when it comes to people like Brandon Tantrum, those who would like to exploit Black America. I say that to say this when it comes to people like Brandon Tantrum, okay? When you have low IQ Black people, they are just ripe for the picking when it comes to the lineage of evil. They look at them first because they know that A, they're low IQ, so they're easy to manipulate, right? In addition to that, they don't have many options because they're low IQ, right? So it makes it easy to throw money at them and to give them their marching orders.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and immediately after, there was an adult that came by and said, "That's not a representation of who we are. We love you guys."
Y'all know what? It's amazing to me. Okay, so this clip, if y'all look at the top of the clip, he's got Sambo. Now, I saw a video, and I'm not going to play it. But I saw a video of another content creator who, I don't know if y'all remember back in the day, the black and white clip of Sambo dancing on the stage with the bow tie and the tuxedo. Long story, I'm not going to get into it. But, he had a clip of old Tatum in that same position. Like, he's a Sambo. He's a fucking coon. He's a motherfucking do-boy. He's a motherfucking what do I call it? Damn, I can't even think of it. I can't even think of the name right now. But yeah, he's pathetic. He is so fucking pathetic. And like, to me, honestly, it's like when you see a black man, and I'm not gonna sit here and call it and make it not like seem like this man is not good looking, he's not intelligent. He's a black man that we should be proud to say he's a black man. Fit me? But no, we're not proud to own this crap. We don't want him. Take him on to Horn Island. Take him wherever the fuck you want to take him. Y'all can have him. Because he's just disgusting. He is totally disgusting. I'm sorry. He reminds me, and listen, I'm going to be honest. The movie Django. I love Django. I love Jamie Foxx. I love Samuel L. Jackson, right? But he reminds me of Samuel L. Jackson in Django. Does anybody know what I'm speaking about when I say he reminds me of Samuel L. Jackson in Django? I love me some Samuel L. Jackson. I love Samuel L. Jackson as a crackhead in Jungle Fever as Gator. I love Samuel L. Jackson, and my favorite movie from Samuel was The Negotiator. I love him in that movie. He played with Bernie Mac. Funniest shit I ever seen. But in the movie Django, Samuel L. Jackson wasn't shit. He wasn't. But this is what this dude. This is who this dude reminds me of. Who Samuel L. Jackson played in Django. It's disgusting. He's the type of black man that I say y'all can have his black ass. Take him. We don't want him. You know, money ain't everything when it comes. Like I'm not gonna. My morality, my motherfucking integrity, my motherfucking right. You can't buy everything, but with some people you can. Cause see, you can't tell me this dude really actually truly feels the way he feel about black people. He's bought off. He's paid off. Yeah, Soul Man. I love Soul Man, Melissa. I love Soul Man. But I'm just saying. Let's listen. And shout out to Lucas for calling his ass out and other content creators. Because let me tell you something. Ever since that interview dropped, that 3-part interview with Warren dropped on Tatum's channel, they've been riding his ass. I'm talking about they've been on his ass. And I love it. I love it.
You guys are always welcome here. And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief. We had no issues whatsoever in our experience there. It was actually an amazing experience.
I miss you like a hog miss like a baby. Miss Mammy Kitty.
No, wait a minute. Keep it cute. Tanya, I had not watched this video, y'all. Y'all know I react in real time to this stuff with y'all. Why they got a clip of Django? Why they got a clip of Django, girl? LaQuinta. I didn't know this, y'all. I promise y'all. All my life, I did not know they was going to play this clip. Not the clip. I'm telling you. I did not know they was going to play this clip. This is what I'm talking about. Let's bag it up a little bit, y'all. This is epic. You hear me? Epic.
They're low IQ, so they're easy to manipulate, right? In addition to that, they don't have many options because they're low IQ, right? So it makes it easy to throw money at them and to give them their marching orders.
And I can attest to that as a Christian who went to Israel. I spent 2 weeks there with the church, and we had an incredible time. We had only one incident where a small child spit on one of the pastors, and immediately after there was an adult that came by and said, "That's not a representation of who we are. You know, we love you guys. You guys are always welcome here." And I have to say, no adults gave us any grief. We had no issues whatsoever in our experience there. It was actually an amazing experience.
I miss you like a hog miss like a baby. Miss Mammy Kitty.
When it comes to Nolan Wells, I have not seen anyone do this type of tap dancing for a while now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was a lost art, all right? The art of tap dancing. And this boy, because this is a boy's mentality, which is what Tatum has. This boy comes out of nowhere, does a whole report on the Nolan Wells story, but he's doing a report, trying his best, doing his hardest to run obstacle on behalf of the white boy. And I'm not making it racial, I'm just making an observation. That's what makes these Sambo soldiers so lethal, so dangerous, because who's the person who's trying to defend Nolan Wells? Who's the person that has the same resources, has the same, availability, has the same set up the network to do justice on behalf of Nolan Wells? Who is that person? You tell me who. No one. I haven't seen anyone. He's going out to the beach, inviting his, quote, best friend, sitting down with this kid. Well, tell us what happened. I know they're trying to make it racial. What do you think? Do you think there's any racial component? Yeah, no. I don't know why people are making this racial. Yeah.
We see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race? Or, because, I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. You guys had left. What? But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us.
In my opinion, if we don't get justice for Nolan Wells, if we come to find out mum's a word, we already know the sheriff is, thumb up his butt, especially in Mississippi. We come to find out, no, person drowned. It is what it is. Mum's a word. That's in the story. I would put the death of this kid, the lack of justice for whatever happened. All right. The fact that we can't come to the truth. Forget whether or not he was unalive. Forget whether or not he drowned, whatever it is. The fact that we can't come to the truth, I would put that on Brandon Tantrum. That's what I would do. Damn. No one finds it peculiar that his best friend throughout this entire interview doesn't shed a tear, shows no emotion whatsoever. I looked. No emotion.
No emotion. None. Not a bit. Come on now. Keep crying about it. Tell me about how it works out for you. Okay, apparently you crying, not me. Look like you crying in the chat, Lord. You all right? You okay? All right, anywho. Yeah, no emotions. None. Scripted, rehearsed, no feelings. Fuck that Nolan was like my brother. What does that mean, he was like my brother? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Let's go, Lucas. Let's go.
He's talking about it like he's talking about the game or something. Come on. Yeah, like it's just a matter of life. Yeah, they didn't have potato chips at the store. That's how he's talking about his kid who allegedly drowned or who he doesn't even know what happened, but he's no longer here. This is his quote unquote best friend. And he's just talking, no emotion, just completely just flaccid.
And people say that you guys just left him behind. I've seen reports of people saying that you just left him. I've seen reports of people saying that you asked him to get on the boat. You told him to get on the boat. He didn't. What's the truth in that?
Well, Wyatt was having boat issues and the bilge wouldn't pump. So the bilge is basically a pump that releases water from your boat when water comes in. So I opened the back hatch and there's water up to the batteries. And that is obviously not good. There's water almost coming over the transom, which is where your motors sit and which is by the stern, like in the back part of the boat.
What the hell did you just say?
So obviously we were in an emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat.
What the hell did you just say?
So obviously we were in an emergency. The boat, we're trying to save the boat. It's not like we didn't ask Nolan or we just left Nolan. Nolan decided to stay on the island with the girl that he was with. And the girl is a witness to that too.
Yeah. I'm glad you cleared that up because
that doesn't seem a bit odd. That doesn't seem a bit off to you. So I really am at a loss of words, genuinely, at a loss of words, because this is what the lineage of evil does. They funnel money to these low IQ blacks who they just manipulate and use to attack who? Black people. You look at his channel. What is it all about? Black people. Black people wrong this, black people that, black people black. Think about this. That's why I'm saying when you speak to someone who's not black, when you speak to a white person or an Asian person who absolutely agrees with you, yeah, I think it's horrible what's going on. Or yeah, I agree when it comes to reparations. Or yeah, I agree when it comes to qualified immunity or police brutality. Or yeah, that is an outlier. That is it's honestly a conundrum because this is what this country, since its inception, has always pushed forward. Meritorious manumission. They used to reward the slaves for snitching. That's what they did. Now, what are they doing? They're rewarding black people to attack black people. That's what they're doing. They're rewarding black people to try and appease the racist white audience. That's sickening. What's even more sickening is that we have people who are willing to take that check. Damn. But there are people like Tantrum who have nothing to lose, bro. They got nothing to lose. Going from law enforcement to sitting on your butt, which clearly he seems to have gained a few pounds.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Right? Talking to white kids saying that there's no racism. There's nothing suspicious here. I just want to give this kid the benefit of the doubt. I want to give him a chance to tell his story. What about Nolan Wells' story? Huh? What about that? I haven't seen, like I said, this amount of tap dancing in a minute. Anyways, guys, that's the video. There really is no either or here. Either you're a Satan worshiper, you're a demon, you're part of the lineage of evil, or you clearly see that this is atrocious. This is heinous, wicked behavior, right? Wicked behavior. The same thing that they constantly want to lambaste, Candace Owens doing for Erica Kirk. They're doing here. And they've been doing it. Why? Because they get paid for it. They get paid. You get paid to be anti-black. Hot damn. Can you imagine that? You don't even have to have a college degree, bro. You don't even have to go to school. All you have to do is put on your best tap dancing shoes and you'll get a check. Now you tell me what other group of people offer that type of employment. You tell me. Asians don't offer it. Latinos don't offer it. Indians don't offer it. White people don't offer it. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, if you happen to disagree, over Friday and Saturday disagreement day. Be number on screen. Call in. We do get out. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please feel free to like, share, comment. Let me know what you guys think about this and subscribe and all that fun stuff. Till next time, guys, be amazing.
Why does it have to be about race?
Shout out to Lucas, y'all. I love him. Let's see what this one is. Oh, this is TMZ.
Bent over on the back.
I can't do TMZ right now. That's another TMZ. We're gonna come back to the TMZs because I have to. They have several stories in one, and I have to, kind of go through them. Let's see. Let's listen to this, y'all. This should be interesting. Hold on.
26. The search.
This is another content creator. Spike Lee drops bombshell on Nolan Wells case. Let's listen.
Nolan Wells bombshell tonight. The dead teen's messages deleted after his body washes.
Hold him close in your heart. Share his stories and never stop saying his name.
On July 20th.
I mean, what do you mean he's a grifter? I've been called a grifter, and I still to this day don't know what that word means, but because I don't care to know. But I mean, what's a grifter? Because I'm just going by what he's saying, and what he's saying I agree with. So I don't know about the grifting part. Like, let me Google that. Let me Google it. You know what a grifter is?
Let me Google it so I can say the answer.
No, I'm gonna Google it. I was finna say, how do you know what a grifter is? How would you know what that is? A grifter is a con artist. Oh, a con. So he's a con artist. Why do you feel that way, Chef Chevy? That's what doing just that 6 years ago. A grifter is a con man that calls people for money. I don't know nothing about no money. Hell, I ain't never gave no money. I ain't never heard him ask for no money. I just go by what he says. I just go by what his content is. I don't know about being a grifter. Thank y'all in the chat. I didn't even have to Google it. My grandma was like my grandma. My little Google's in everything. But anyway, I don't know about him being a grifter. I don't know about that. All I know is I listen to his content. I've listened to his content on other subjects, and I like his delivery. I like his message, and that's all. I don't know about him being a grifter. Nothing about that. Because I ain't never gave him no money, so yeah.
20th, 2026. The church in Ocean Springs, Mississippi was filled with an atmosphere of grief as Nolan Wells' family and hundreds of relatives and friends gathered to say their final goodbye. But among the mourning faces, the quiet appearance of Spike Lee drew the attention of the entire United States. Within a short time, numerous posts and videos began linking his name to shocking claims about Nolan's phone, a phone that was alleged to have lost important data after his death. From that point on, what had seemed to be an accidental death quickly
Lynn, she is too smart for her own damn good. That's what I can't. He sides with the audience that pays him while being this. I don't. Okay. He sides with the audience that pays him. Well, wouldn't you say that about Tatum too as well? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that side. Like, I don't know him like that, Chevy. I don't know him like that. I just go by the content that I've seen and heard and reacted to. That's it. I don't know about all that. Like this country was built. Yeah. Right, Ms. Lynn. Oh, Amazing said Sugar Lump is so intelligent. Thank you, Amazing. Thank you, boo. I don't see that in him, but to each his own. Me neither. Me neither. But yeah, to each his own. I don't see that. Not the way he speaks, not the way he come across. That it's not giving me that. It's not giving me that. She sings all the time, Amazing Girl, all the time. She gets shot when you actually ask her to sing. Like, you have to walk up on her. Like, she be in her own zone in her room and stuff and be singing. She had them headphones on, baby. She's got a whole karaoke machine. You got to catch her in her zone. If you ask her to sing, she nuts up. Like, she... but if you just walk up on and catch off guard, baby, you can get the best footage. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Became the center of countless suspicions, accompanied by conflicting statements, difficult to explain timelines, and an investigation that has yet to be concluded. But was Spike Lee really the person who revealed the shocking information about Nolan Wells' deleted messages? Or is the truth behind that headline far more complicated than what the public has been led to believe? Mr. Cool Hands, there are people who pass through the lives of others without leaving behind almost a single enemy. And perhaps because of that, when tragedy strikes them, the first question people always ask is, why him? That is also the question that still lingers in the minds of those who knew Nolan Xavier Wells. Nolan was born in 2007 in the coastal city of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, a peaceful town along the Gulf of Mexico where children grow up with the sound of the waves, football fields, and sun-filled afternoons. In the Wansley family's modest home, Nolan was one of 6 siblings. His father, Elmore Wansley, worked as a carpenter. His mother, Christine Wansley, was a nurse who had spent many years caring for patients. They were not a wealthy family, but they always tried to give their children what they believed mattered most.
I thought so. I thought she was a nurse, but I didn't hear it. I didn't get confirmation by hearing it outright. But I thought his mom would be a nurse. Remember I said that? I just didn't know. I felt like she was a nurse. I knew she wasn't a doctor. Because normally with doctors, they use the doctor, they doctor such and such. So I knew she was, I figured she was a nurse. But just go back to what I told y'all about nurses and doctors and healthcare workers, a lot of them being desensitized. It kind of will explain, some of her behaviors or non-emotion when it comes to how we've seen her. But yeah, she's a nurse. The mom is a nurse. Mm-hmm.
Elmore Wansley worked as a carpenter. His mother, Christine Wansley, was a nurse who had spent many years caring for patients. They were not a wealthy family, but they always tried to give their children what they believed mattered most: kindness, discipline, and the belief that hard work would open the door to a better future. From an early age, Nolan was different from many children his age. He was not the loudest child in the neighborhood. He was not someone who wanted to be the center of attention. Those who knew him often remembered Nolan for his gentle smile, calm eyes, and the way he quietly observed people before speaking. Perhaps because of his exceptionally skillful hands and his ability to catch almost any pass without dropping it, his family lovingly gave him the nickname Mr. Cool Hands. It was a name that seemed like nothing more than a family joke, but years later, that nickname became inseparably associated with one of Ocean Springs' most promising young football players. At Ocean Springs High School, Nolan quickly made an impression not only on the football field, but also in the classroom. Teachers remembered him for his politeness. Friends remembered him for his friendly personality. Coaches remembered him for a quality that has become increasingly rare in modern sports, always putting the team before himself. Many talented athletes are remembered for spectacular scoring plays. Nolan, however, was remembered even more for the way he carried himself after every game. He shook hands with his opponents. He encouraged teammates who had made mistakes. He willingly stayed after practice to help younger players. To many people, Nolan was not only a promising athlete, but also a model of good character. Jacob Dykes, the principal of Ocean Springs High School, later said that Nolan left a profound impression through his kindness, hard work, and sense of responsibility. It was not a polite compliment offered to a student who had just passed away. It was the assessment of someone who had watched thousands of students grow up, yet still remembered that young man with remarkable clarity. On the football field, Nolan was also steadily turning his dream into reality. Every morning was for school. Every afternoon was for practice. Every weekend was spent playing games under the blazing southern sun. That had been the rhythm of his life throughout his high school years. Nolan's goal never changed. He wanted to play football at the collegiate level and then advance even further within the American football system. For many teenagers in Mississippi, football is more than just a sport. It is a path out of difficult circumstances, an opportunity to earn a scholarship, and a chance to change the future of an entire family. On February 5th, 2025, during National Signing Day, the day when thousands of students across the United States officially commit to colleges and universities, Nolan Wells experienced a memorable moment of his own. In an interview with WLOX, he could hardly hide his happiness. Nolan said that he was incredibly grateful for the opportunity to continue his football career alongside his friends. There were no grand statements about fame or money. It was simply the genuine joy of a young man who had finally reached the dream he had pursued since childhood. After the signing ceremony, Nolan enrolled at Southwest Mississippi Community College in Summit to continue developing his athletic career. Those who worked with him there, including Coach Jake Bramlett, all described the same person. Nolan always arrived at practice early, left the field late, and never placed himself above the team. A great player may be remembered for victories. A kind person is remembered for the way they treat others. That is why, after Nolan's death, not only his family but also his friends, teammates, teachers, and coaches all shared the same reaction. No one believed he was the kind of person who would separate himself from everyone else during that fateful trip. At an emotional press conference later on, Nolan's mother tearfully said that she could not believe her son had been standing alone on that island. It was not merely the grief of a mother who had lost her child. It was also a rejection of a narrative that she believed did not reflect who Nolan Wells truly was, a young man who had always lived surrounded by family, friends, and teammates, and who had never chosen solitude. And from that moment on, the story of a model student was no longer simply the story of a promising young talent whose life had ended far too soon. It gradually became the starting point of a case in which every new page revealed another difficult-to-explain detail, as though behind Nolan Wells' gentle smile, there remained a secret still waiting to be brought into the light. A summer vacation that brought a dream to an end. At the beginning of 2026, Nolan Wells' life seemed to be following the path he had pursued since he was a young boy in Ocean Springs. After graduating from high school and completing National Signing Day in February 2025, Nolan continued preparing for the next chapter at Southwest Mississippi Community College, located in the city of Summit, more than 130 kilometers from his hometown. The college is well known within Mississippi's community college system, where many young football players see it as a stepping stone to Division I football programs, or even the NCAA. According to the athlete profile released by the school, Nolan Wells stood 6 feet 1 inch tall, approximately 1.85 meters, weighed 185 pounds, approximately 84 kilograms, and played the position of wide receiver, one of the most demanding positions on the field, requiring exceptional speed, situational awareness, and reflexes. With a well-balanced physique and a strong athletic foundation developed over many years, Nolan was regarded as a player with tremendous potential for further development if he continued training in a professional environment. What the coaching staff remembered most about Nolan, however, had little to do with the numbers on the stat sheet. Coach Adam Lott once described him as a hard-working player, a true team player, and the kind of athlete every coach hopes to have. In the highly competitive environment of college athletics, where players battle every day for a starting position, such praise is rarely given to a freshman, unless they have made an exceptional impression through their attitude and work ethic. The summer of 2026 therefore carried special significance for Nolan. It was the period when players maintained their physical conditioning, refined their skills, and prepared for the new season, which was only a few weeks away. According to the plan, after the Independence Day holiday, Nolan would return to school to resume training with his teammates before the preseason began. But before thinking about the practice field, Nolan decided to spend a few days back in Ocean Springs. According to his mother, in an interview with NBC News, Nolan came home to attend the wedding of a family member. This detail reflected that even after beginning college life, he continued to place great importance on significant family occasions. It was also an image his parents would later describe repeatedly. A son who rarely missed family gatherings, always stayed in touch with his siblings, and was willing to help everyone whenever he could. In addition to football, Nolan maintained strong academic performance. His
Happy Friday, Dennis. Let me say this, because I get so sick of people saying that. The number cause of death for young Black Americans is Black on Black homicide. I wish people have the passion for that. Well, this is the thing. We do. We do. If you go down the timeline, or if you go down if you go back in my content on my channel, I have passion for that as well. You get what I'm saying? See, you got to stop making assumptions and you got to stop generalizing people. My passion for Black on Black crimes and my passion for white on white crimes, white on Black crime. See, I'm not that channel. I'm not that one. If you go down my and go into my content, you will see that I have passion for all crime and justice for all. See, people want to throw that out here every time, us Black people come out and we roar and we hoop and we holler when a white boy or white boys, may unalive a Black boy. And because our passion is what it is, you get people like you that want to come in and say, well, what about Black on Black crime? What about it? Because see, over here, our passion is for all of it. Justice for all. I don't give a fuck what color. I don't care what color you are. I have passion for it all. So you may want to skedaddle and go to a channel that you feel like that comment is appropriate, because it's not appropriate over here. I talk about Black on Black crime, white on white crime, white on Black crime, Black on white crime. I talk about it all. I have passion for it all because I have passion for justice. So yeah, I'm not that. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Nicole. But see, you know, some people I just have to, you know, sort of kind of put in their place when it comes to me. When it comes to me. You know what I'm saying? Now, carrying on with the content.
Parents said that whenever he was home, he often spent time helping his younger siblings with their schoolwork, coaching them in sports, and encouraging them to pursue their own goals. To the Wonsley family, success was measured not only by touchdowns on the football field, but also by the example an older brother could set for the younger children in the family. Life in Ocean Springs also helped shape who Nolan became. The coastal city lies along the Gulf of Mexico, where boating, fishing, and camping on offshore islands are common activities for local families. Many residents own small boats to travel to beaches or the barrier islands within the Gulf Islands National Seashore. Nolan grew up in that environment, so spending time on the water or traveling by boat was nothing unfamiliar to him. That is why, as the 2026 Independence Day holiday approached, Nolan quickly accepted an invitation to join 3 friends on a camping trip. The group planned to visit Horn Island, a long, largely undeveloped island within the Gulf Islands National Seashore. There are no hotels, restaurants, or resorts there. It is primarily a destination for people who enjoy nature, camping, fishing, and exploring untouched sandy beaches. No one could have imagined that the trip, which was only supposed to last a few days, would become the final chapter of the 18-year-old's life. Just hours after arriving on Horn Island, Nolan Wells's unfinished dream began to take a direction that none of his loved ones had ever imagined. The fateful Independence Day. On the morning of July 4th, 2026, the sky above Mississippi's Gulf Coast was clear, the sea was calm, and the weather was nearly perfect for America's Independence Day holiday. From the marinas in Ocean Springs, Biloxi, and other Gulf Coast towns, hundreds of boats headed toward Horn Island, the nearly 20-kilometer-long barrier island within the Gulf Islands National Seashore. With no hotels, restaurants, or resorts, Horn Island becomes a gathering place every Independence Day for groups of young people bringing tents, food speakers, and spending the day celebrating on its white sandy beaches. It was also the destination chosen by Nolan Wells and 3 of his close friends from their days at Ocean Springs High School, who wanted to enjoy one last short vacation before returning to school and preparing for the new football season. According to Tristan Shepard, in an interview with ABC News, the group woke up early, prepared food, drinks, and camping supplies, then split between 2 boats for the trip to the island. Everything about the journey was completely normal. No one in the group appeared anxious, nor was there any indication that this would be the last time they would see Nolan alive. By midday, Horn Island was crowded with visitors. Many groups had set up tents along the beach. Music played from portable speakers, and American flags waved in the sea breeze. Young people gathered to play volleyball, grill food, swim, and ride jet skis. Videos recorded that day, which later spread across social media and were cited by news organizations, showed a scene completely different from what would unfold just hours later. Laughter, music, summer sunshine, and a festive atmosphere covering the entire island. Nolan blended naturally into that atmosphere. According to information reported by CNN, while enjoying the day on the island, Nolan ran into Tanya, a young woman he was believed to have met the previous evening at a local bar. The two chatted comfortably, and Nolan later spent some time near Tanya's group of friends. To those who were there, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary encounter between young people enjoying a holiday weekend. No one considered it unusual. Around early afternoon, another detail began attracting attention after videos posted online were examined more closely. In one recording, a man could be heard shouting loudly across the beach. At first, many social media users assumed it was Nolan arguing with someone or losing his temper. However, Tristan Shepard later clarified that the person shouting in the video was actually him, not Nolan. What seemed like a minor detail would later become one of the first examples showing that numerous assumptions had begun to emerge about what happened on Horn Island on July 4th. The lively afternoon continued until around 4:30 p.m. According to Nolan's friends, their boat experienced mechanical problems at that point. The boat captain wanted to leave the island quickly to avoid further risks and asked everyone to gather for departure. One by one, the group boarded the boat, checked their belongings, and prepared to leave. It was only in the final moments that they realized Nolan was missing. According to the friends who were with him, Nolan was still on the beach and wanted to stay with the young woman he had just met. They said Nolan told them he would find another boat to return to the mainland later. Among young people who often met different groups of friends on the island during the holiday, catching a ride back on another boat was not considered unusual. Believing Nolan would be able to arrange his own way home, the group decided to leave Horn Island without him. But there was one detail that would later make the entire story difficult to explain. Nolan did not have his cell phone with him. His phone had been left behind on his friend's boat. Along with it were his car keys, an item he would almost certainly need if he intended to return to the mainland and drive home. For a college student like most young people today, leaving his group for several hours without either his cell phone or his car keys was highly unusual. His friends explained that Nolan had chosen to stay because he wanted to continue talking with Tanya. Nolan's family, however, saw the situation very differently. According to his parents, Nolan had never been the kind of person to act so impulsively that he would let his friends leave while he had neither his phone nor his keys and had given no clear explanation of his plans. To them, that behavior simply did not resemble their son. The 48 hours that ended a dream. When the boat left Horn Island late in the afternoon of July 4th, no one in Nolan Wells's group of friends believed they had just seen him for the last time. According to their later accounts, everyone believed Nolan would do exactly what he had said, stay a little longer, and then catch a ride back to the mainland on another boat. On Independence Day, hundreds of boats were constantly arriving at and departing from Horn Island, so the idea seemed entirely reasonable. No one turned back to look for him. No one contacted the police immediately. Everyone simply assumed it was an ordinary change of plans. But as the sun set over the Gulf of Mexico, everything began to change. Hour after hour passed, yet Nolan still did not return home. His phone did not ring because it had remained on his friend's boat. There were no text messages, no phone calls, no sign whatsoever that he had made it back to the mainland. By the evening of July 4th, one of the friends in the group called Nolan's mother to tell her that he was no longer with them and that no one knew where he was. For the Wells family, this was no longer an ordinary delay. They knew their son well. If Nolan had changed his plans, he would have found a way to let his family know. But this time, there was no sign from him at all. That very night, the family reported Nolan missing to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office and simultaneously posted missing person notices on social media, calling on the Mississippi Gulf Coast community for help. The posts about Nolan spread at an extraordinary pace. An 18-year-old football player, well known in Ocean Springs, who had suddenly disappeared after a trip to Horn Island on Independence Day, immediately drew attention across the entire Gulf Coast region. Before dawn on July 5th, the search operation was underway. At first, local residents used fishing boats and personal watercraft to search around Horn Island. They were later joined by law enforcement and volunteer rescue teams, including United Cajun Navy, the well-known civilian organization that has participated in numerous disaster relief operations across the southern United States. The teams spread out along the shoreline, searching sandy beaches, dense vegetation, and the surrounding waters. Horn Island was not an easy place to search. Although it lies only about 20 kilometers from the mainland, the island is almost completely uninhabited, with long stretches of sand dunes, low forests, and shallow waters interrupted by strong currents. In particular, the island's northwestern area has long been known among local boaters for dangerous whirlpools and underwater currents that can change rapidly with the tides. Hope still remained. Nolan's family believed he might have been stranded somewhere on the island or picked up by another group, and simply had not yet been able to make contact. But with every passing hour, that hope grew weaker. On the morning of July 6, 2026, the search came to a heartbreaking end. Members of United Cajun Navy discovered Nolan Wells's body on a sandy beach in the northwestern part of Horn Island, near the edge where the sand meets the water. Todd Terrell, the organization's leader, said Nolan was found face down, fully clothed, near an area known for its dangerous currents. The information was quickly relayed to law enforcement and Nolan's family. A search that had lasted nearly 2 days was over. But at the same time, a far more complicated investigation had just begun. Nolan's body was transported to the Jackson County Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy. In an initial statement, Jackson County Sheriff's Office spokesperson John Ledbetter said investigators had found no obvious signs of foul play at the scene, and that the initial investigative direction pointed toward drowning. However, he emphasized that the cause of death could only be determined after the autopsy and the investigation were completed. For the Wells family, that preliminary assessment did not explain what they were facing. If Nolan had truly drowned, why was he found in that exact location? What happened during the time between his friends leaving the island and the discovery of his body nearly 2 days later? And more importantly, how could someone who had grown up by the sea, who was familiar with boating and swimming, have ended up in such a situation? Because so many questions remained unanswered, the family decided to request an independent autopsy. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who would later represent the family, stated that there were still far too many unanswered questions, and that a comprehensive investigation was needed before any final conclusions could be reached. Nolan Wells's death quickly grew beyond the scope of a local case. On social media, millions of shares began raising questions about what had happened on Horn Island. Many people noted that Nolan was a young black man who had spent his final trip with a group of white friends. As a result, civil rights organizations, such as the NAACP advocacy groups called on authorities to thoroughly investigate every aspect of the case and ensure that no possible explanation was overlooked. While the family began preparing for Nolan's funeral, scheduled for July 20th, public attention across the United States entered a new phase. It was no longer only about mourning the loss of a promising young athlete. It had become a search for the truth behind the nearly 48 mysterious hours on Horn Island, a period that to this day continues to leave many questions unanswered. The phone was still there, but the data wasn't the biggest mystery in the Nolan Wells case. If Nolan Wells' death was the first chapter of the case, then his cell phone became the chapter that redirected the investigation entirely. During the nearly 2-day search on Horn Island, rescuers never had to search for Nolan's phone. That was because from the afternoon of July 4th, when his friends left the island, the phone was no longer with Nolan. According to the friends who were with him before they parted ways, one of them took Nolan's phone for safekeeping to prevent it from falling into the water or being damaged while they were enjoying the day. When the group returned to the mainland without Nolan, the phone returned with them. That meant that throughout the entire period during which Nolan was missing, and later found dead, his most important means of communication was in an entirely different location. The Wells family later used the Life 360 location sharing app to track the device. The signal did not lead them to Horn Island. It led them to the home of the friend who had been keeping Nolan's phone. From an investigative standpoint, this detail was highly significant. The phone was not merely a personal belonging, it contained a complete record of Nolan's activities during the final hours before he disappeared. His call, history, text messages, photos, videos, location data, social media applications, and other digital information. For that reason, when the family finally regained possession of the device, they believed it would provide the key to explaining the gaps in the timeline of July 4th. Instead, what they found only deepened their suspicions. According to Nolan's mother, Christine Wansley, much of the data on the phone no longer appeared to be intact. She said numerous photos had disappeared, conversations were incomplete, and several social media applications, including Snapchat, appeared to be unusually empty. That was only the family's initial observation. On July 9th, 2026, civil rights attorney Ben Crump, representing the Wells family, publicly raised the issue for the first time during interviews with CNN and Good Morning America. He said there were indications that some of the messages on Nolan's phone had been deleted, and stated that the family wanted investigators to determine exactly what had happened to the device before it was returned. That statement immediately made the cell phone the focal point of the entire case. Because if the data had truly been altered, the first question would no longer be how Nolan died, but who had possession of his phone after his friends left Horn Island. However, it is important to emphasize that at that time, no law enforcement agency had announced that it had confirmed any data had been deleted, nor had investigators identified who might have deleted it or when any deletion might have occurred. Everything made public at that stage consisted only of concerns raised by the family and their request for an official investigation. On July 10th, at a press conference in New York, Ben Crump appeared alongside Nolan's parents and Reverend Al Sharpton. Before a large gathering of reporters, he announced that the family's digital forensic experts would work together with investigators from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office to examine the cell phone. Both sides agreed to undertake digital data recovery efforts in the hope of restoring the missing information and determining the complete history of activity performed on the device. For the Wells family, this was not simply about recovering a few text messages. According to Christine Wansley, what she could not accept was the belief that her son would never have done such a thing himself. She repeatedly asked the same question in front of the media. If Nolan wasn't there, then who touched my son's phone? Meanwhile, law enforcement continued to maintain a cautious position. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office stated that the investigation remained primarily focused on the possibility of drowning, while emphasizing that the investigation was still being actively pursued. The official cause of death had not yet been released, because investigators were awaiting the results of the forensic examination, as well as technical analyses of the relevant evidence. That also meant that at that point, no scenario had been confirmed as the final conclusion, and no theory had been completely ruled out. It was precisely the gap between what the family suspected and what investigators had actually confirmed that created room for a flood of unverified information to spread across social media. From the story of the allegedly missing messages, numerous theories quickly emerged, and some YouTube videos even linked well-known figures such as Spike Lee to the case through sensational headlines. But at that stage, the only verified facts were that Nolan's cell phone was not found with his body, that the family noticed what they believed were irregularities in the data after the device was returned, and that they requested investigators to thoroughly examine it. As for who deleted the data when it was deleted, and what information had actually disappeared, those questions remained unanswered, and perhaps represented the most important piece in determining the ultimate truth behind the Nolan Wells case. From a drowning case to the center of national attention. In less than a week after Nolan Wells was found dead on Horn Island, the case had grown far beyond Jackson County and the state of Mississippi. What had initially been viewed as a drowning case awaiting the results of a forensic examination quickly became the focus of national media attention when Nolan's family decided to retain Ben Crump, one of the most prominent civil rights attorneys in the United States, to represent them. On July 10, 2026, Ben Crump and Nolan's parents held a press conference in Manhattan, New York. Standing beside them was Reverend Al Sharpton, one of the most influential figures in the American civil rights movement. Before the assembled reporters, Christine Wansley broke down in tears several times and expressed the one thing any mother would want to know. "We just want to know what happened to our son." From that moment on, the case was no longer just the story of the Wells family. A number of influential public figures began speaking out publicly. Former quarterback Colin Kaepernick provided financial support for the family to obtain an independent autopsy. Producer Tyler Perry, together with Al Sharpton, announced a $100,000 reward for information that could help clarify the case. Former NFL star Terrell Owens also expressed his support and said he would assist Nolan's family. These actions did not mean that anyone was asserting a crime had occurred. However, they created significant public pressure for the investigation to be conducted with greater transparency and thoroughness. The Wells family continued to request the recovery of all electronic data, independent forensic examinations of the relevant devices, and a review of the case using every legal tool available. Meanwhile, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office maintained its position the investigation was ongoing. There was still no official conclusion regarding the cause of death, and no individual had been charged with any crime. That also meant that every theory circulating in the public sphere still had to be verified through evidence, not speculation. As of now, the only fact that is no longer in question is the loss suffered by Nolan Wells' family. As for what truly happened on Horn Island on July 4th, 2026, whether it was simply a tragic accident or whether there are still missing pieces waiting to be uncovered, that remains the question. The family, the community, and investigators continue to seek answers to. Why was Spike Lee really there? Throughout the time, the Nolan Wells case attracted widespread attention on social media. One unexpected name kept appearing in sensational headlines: Spike Lee. Numerous videos and posts claimed that the renowned filmmaker was the person who had revealed the deleted messages on Nolan's phone, leading many people to believe that he possessed a crucial secret about the case. But the truth is entirely different. Spike Lee, born in 1957, is one of the most influential filmmakers in American cinema. He has won an Academy Award and is best known for films such as Do the Right Thing, Malcolm X, and Black Klansman. For decades, Spike Lee has also been a prominent voice on issues of social justice and the civil rights of African Americans. However, there is no evidence that he knew Nolan Wells before the incident occurred. According to major news organizations, including AP News, Spike Lee traveled to Biloxi, Mississippi on July 20th, 2026, to attend Nolan Wells' funeral as a supporter of the family. He appeared alongside attorney Ben Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, and former NFL star Terrell Owens, all of whom had stood with the Wells family in calling for a transparent investigation into the death of the 18-year-old. During the service, Al Sharpton urged authorities to turn over every stone in their search for the truth. Spike Lee stood beside the family quietly, sharing in their grief and expressing solidarity. However, he did not make any statements about the cell phone, did not disclose any information about allegedly deleted messages, and did not participate in the investigation. In fact, all public information concerning the data on Nolan's cell phone was disclosed by Ben Crump and the Wells family themselves during earlier press conferences. Spike Lee's presence in the front row at the funeral, combined with his enormous public profile, inadvertently became the catalyst for numerous social media accounts to create sensational headlines designed to attract views. As a result, a story that was not true was repeated so often that many people came to believe Spike Lee was the one who had revealed the secret of the case. Even so, Spike Lee's presence still carried special significance. It helped transform the Nolan Wells case from a story that had drawn attention primarily in Mississippi into one that quickly appeared across major news outlets throughout the United States. Growing public pressure also ensured that the investigation continued to receive close scrutiny. In the end, however, the truth will not be determined by celebrities or by headlines on the internet. It can only be established through evidence, forensic findings, and the discoveries made by investigators. To this day, Nolan Wells' family is still waiting for a final answer about what happened to their son on Horn Island. As for Spike Lee, despite all the speculation, he was simply someone who came to stand in solidarity with a family seeking justice. What really happened to Nolan Wells during his final hours on Horn Island? Will the conclusions of the investigation ultimately determine that this was nothing more than a tragic accident? Or will they reveal truths that remain beyond what the public knows today? If you enjoy investigative case files, mysterious cases, and true stories told from an objective perspective. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and leave a comment sharing your thoughts. Thank you for watching.
Some opinions expressed in perspective at the time of production. They should not be interpreted as objective facts or official positions. From the stage to the big screen, their influence is undeniable. Thank you for watching this tribute.
Bombshell tonight in the tragic death of a young man, Nolan Wells. In the last hours, we learn the contents of a second independent autopsy on Nolan's body. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Nolan was not on board. His body spotted by the United Cajun Navy.
We knew in his case, the time frame that was involved, that we were looking for a recovery at this point. It appears as though it was a drowning. What?
Excuse me, Ross? Excuse me? I gotta do what?
Whatever happened really, really close to where the body was found.
Preliminary report, second autopsy, death of Nolan Xavier Wells. Cause of death, undetermined, pending investigation. And we'll explain that as we go through the report this morning. The manner of death, undetermined, pending investigation.
What happened to Nolan Wells? I listened and I listened and I listened to our friend Ben Crump as he went through the independent autopsy, and this is what I find to be probative.
Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation.
Decomposition. What does that mean probatively? What does that prove? Joining me an all-star panel to make sense of what we are learning tonight, that was an independent autopsy ordered by Nolan Wells's family. We still don't have the official autopsy from the Mississippi Medical Examiner's Office, but straight out to a renowned medical examiner. You know him well. Joining us, Dr. Kendall Crowns. He is the Chief Medical Examiner of Tarrant County, Fort Worth. Literally thousands and thousands and thousands of autopsies under his belt. He is the esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. I don't have to explain to you what it takes to become not just a medical examiner, but the chief medical examiner in a metropolitan area like Fort Worth. All that aside, COD, MOD, undetermined. But what jumped out at me, among so many things, Dr. Kendall Crowns, what does he mean about the red discoloration in the deep, soft tissues overlaying the occipital bones? What is that? Translate.
So what that is the occipital bone is the bone in this is your skull. It's the bone in the back of your head, the directly back side of your head. So when he's describing these hemorrhages in the deep soft tissues, it means deep in the musculature that holds your head in place, there is a red discoloration. What could this be? It could be settling of the blood from decomposition or from lividity, cooling of the blood. The body has been kind of put on its back and transported to Washington, D.C. So that could be that. It could also be
Trust me, I don't think.
Y'all know I'm really y'all know I'm really fooling Nancy Grace. Y'all have never ever. I think I've visited Nancy one time in the whole time I've been doing this channel. I think it was a missing child or something, but I don't really fool with it like that. But you know, like I told you, Tanya, I decided on this channel to be very not only open-minded, but you know, kind of not just react to or highlight the people that I like or the people that I like and the people that I like that say what I like. You know what I'm saying? I've decided to it's just like with me playing Fox News, or it's just like with me playing Tatum. And y'all know I don't fuck with Fox News, I don't fuck with Tatum, and I really don't fuck with Nancy Grace. But I will say, in all of the people that I don't fuck with, sometimes you have to react to their content in order to make the other people make sense sometimes. I'm assuming that he was grabbed by the throat and going back way back. And he was shown on something hard that caused the wound. I ain't assuming nothing. I'm not assuming that. That's why I listen to all this content, which sometimes irks my spirit, but that's why. There you go, Nicole. Shout out to my people that really truly know me. I be loving y'all. I'm trying to be diverse. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Trying not to have such tunnel vision just because I don't like the person as a person. I don't like their stances. I don't like, sometimes their channels, but sometimes you got to dig deeper. You know what I'm saying? So let's listen to Nancy. Now, and for me, this video right here is not so much of Nancy, it's the people she got on her panel. You know what I'm saying? Like this medical examiner, right? Get the content by any means. Some of them people, exactly. So it's not so much as her as far as this video is for me. It's the people on her panel. I want to hear what these people got to say. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Of the blood from
Dr. Kendall Crowns, what does he mean about the red discoloration in the deep, soft tissues overlaying the occipital bones? What is that? Translate.
So what that is the occipital bone is the bone in this is your skull. It's the bone in the back of your head, the directly back side of your head. So when he's describing these hemorrhages in the deep soft tissues, it means deep in the musculature that holds your head in place, there is a red discoloration. What could this be? It could be settling of the blood from decomposition or from lividity, cooling of the blood. The body has been kind of put on its back and transported to Washington, D.C. So that could be that. It could also be.
Trust me, I don't think I know more than you on this, Dr. Kendall Crowns, but you got me drinking out of the fire hydrant. You're giving me so much information. I had to break in right there because you said I'm going to quote, posterior red discoloration in deep soft tissue overlying occipital. Deep soft tissue. To a layperson like me, that means it's deep below the skin. And you just stated that could be from the settling of the blood. In other words, if he were lying on his back when he died, the blood would settle to the back of his head. But isn't it true to you, Brian Trasher, Vice President, United Cajun Navy? The Navy participated in the search, and I got to clear up that whole thing about fully clothed with you. That said, isn't it true? And I'm looking at the picture on my phone that I got from an undisclosed source. I'm looking at Nolan's body on the beach. We are not showing it. He's face down, isn't he?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, he was when we flew
okay,
over.
I'm going to come back to you about the clothing.
Yeah.
What? Repeat?
No, I said when we observed him from the air, yeah, he was face down and he was wearing swim trunks and only swim trunks. I think that the term fully clothed just got taken out of context.
Well, when you look at the body from high up, it appears at first like he had on a shirt with swim trunks, but he does not have on a shirt. He only has on swim trunks. That's a whole peripheral issue. But back to Dr. Kendall Crowns. So, Dr. Kendall Crowns, you may have an explanation for this. I've already thought of one, and I'm not a medical examiner, but I don't see how the deep red, I'm talking about, was there a blow to the back of the head? Did he fall off of it? Did he hit his head on something else? If it turns out he drowned, how did he get in the water? Why was he in the water? Why did everybody leave him? Lots of questions tonight. But if he was found face down, the blood would not have settled to the back of his occipital.
Well, that's correct at the initial autopsy, but he was also transported to Washington, D.C. on his back, I assume, not on his face. And so after death, you can still have pooling of the blood in the dependent areas if the lividity is not fixed, or even if it is fixed, you can have pooling. So it is difficult to say without seeing the actual reddened area in the deep soft tissue, whether this is just a decompositional artifact or if it's indeed blunt force trauma. Now, they're not describing any injuries to the skin surface, which would still be there if he was, even if he's decomposed, you would still see injuries, abrasions, bruises, lacerations, things of that nature, even with decomposition. So it's difficult to give significance to this deep red area in the musculature of the deep soft tissues of the back of the head without further photographs or more information. To me, could it be blunt force trauma? Yes. Could it be a decompositional artifact? Yes. Could it be something from transport? Yes. Hard to say at this point.
Okay, hold on. Let me just take each one of those. And the rest of the panel, please, if you've got a question or a point, jump in. We need all of your brain power. Oh, that's an open invitation to Mobley to jump in. But 3 things you said, that there could still be pooling of the blood. And I don't want to be too DEFCON 4 and get lost in the weeds, but Nolan is dead. He's already been autopsied. Days have passed, and you're telling me that the blood could still sift down from the front of his face to the back of his neck in one specific area. Why wasn't it pulling all the way down his neck? Or why just that one area? I don't believe that when you have been deceased that long, you've already undergone autopsy, they've drained the blood from your body, that somehow in the few hours of transport, you're going to get pulling.
What Crown Head is saying makes total, it makes sense. When they did that first autopsy, if this guy want to sit up here and say, well, it could have happened, after, we're doing the time that his body was transported to Washington, not true. Because when they did that first autopsy, right, his blood was drained. They don't transport bodies. When you do autopsies, they drain the blood. So what she's saying makes complete sense, and what he's doing is covering his ass, not so much as being the one that performed the autopsy, but he's trying not to go against what these people are saying in this report and trying not to make it make sense that young man could have been hit in the back of his head or some sort. I don't know. But what she's saying makes complete sense. He did not have blood in his body when he was transported from Mississippi to Washington.
Of the blood to one area in the back of your neck.
So first off, it's not a few hours of transport.
Telling me what to do. What you mean? Keep listening. I am listening. I just got a whole attitude with a person who said, truth, you have to. Truth, you gotta. Please don't do that to me.
It's from whenever the autopsy ended. He's placed on his back. Whenever he's picked up at the scene, he's been placed on his back. So all that comes into play. They don't drain all the blood from the body at autopsy. There's still blood in the...
I worked in the hospital. Wait a minute. Did he just say they don't drain all the blood? So what the hell do they do? They drain some of it? When they embalm bodies, which I'm not saying he was embalmed, I don't know, because he did have to have another autopsy, but what the fuck is this man saying? Oh, I know, Keep It Cute. I was just irritated. I'm sorry. I took it out on you. I'm sorry. You know how I get sometimes. But this idiot, after you gotta go. I cannot. I'm just not in the mood. Oh, that's what... So you already knew I was gonna hit the face. You know what? I hate that y'all know me so well. I really do. Like, sometimes I really wish you people did not know me so well. Like, you knew I was finna hit the ceiling. See, and you're laughing at me. But see, that makes it worse. Like, that makes it worse. Keep it cute. Listen, what the fuck did he just say? They don't drain all of the blood. Really? Wow. That's my first time ever hearing that. These people are right. These people are listen, let me tell you something. When people hold certain positions and they have certain jobs, let me tell you something, it be a society, right? And what I mean by that is this. A lot of times these people in these jobs, such as a medical examiner or a coroner or something like that, they're not going to go against the grain. Girls, I'm sorry, Cute. I'm so sorry. Oh, true. I wasn't stating it to be disrespectful. I was stating it was how I talked to my friend, girl. Like, girl, you got. Oh, okay, I got you, Ross. It did kind of rub me the wrong way, and it ain't because of you. It's probably just because of this. I'm kind of exhausted on it. I'm upset about it, and then I got other things on my brain. So yeah, it's okay, girl. I apologize too as well because I did get a whole attitude. I'm like, what I got to do what? And then yeah, somebody had came in early and told me about that. So I've already looked it up, and I'm probably gonna end up talking about it on tomorrow. I knew it was going to hit a nerve. Cuba Q, I can't stand you. I really can't stand you. And then you laughing behind it. That's what really got me. Because you already knew what was going to happen.
And also, decomposition causes the break.
It's Friday, y'all. It is Friday. Okay. Thank you, Miss Lee.
Down of tissues, including musculature,
Okay, let me
which
go
can
back.
give a
Let me go back. Because he just pissed me off.
You're going to get pooling of the blood to one area in the back of your neck.
So first off, it's not a few hours of transport. It's from whenever the autopsy ended. He's placed on his back. Whenever he's picked up at the scene, he's been placed on his back. So all that comes into play. They don't drain all the blood from the body at autopsy. There's still blood in the body after autopsy. And also, decomposition causes the breakdown of tissues, including musculature, which can give a reddish decoloration from the actual decomposition process of the muscle. So all these have to be considered when you're saying a reddened area, because the doctor didn't call it hemorrhage, which is interesting to me. He called it a reddened area. So I don't know what he's describing. I would love to see pictures. But again, there's no description of a bruise or an abrasion or a laceration on the skin surface of the back of the head. So what the significance of this is? Could it be a decompositional change? Could it be something else like blunt force injury? It's hard to say at this point in time.
I find it very difficult to believe, Dr. Kendall Crowns, that not one, but two medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings. Subcutaneous, what is that? Deep subcutaneous, what is that?
It's underneath the skin, meaning in the fat or the muscle underneath the skin.
Okay. Straight out to John Mobley joining me out of Charleston. He's a renowned trial attorney, founded John Mobley Law Firm. Okay, Mobley, have at it.
Well, Nancy, I got to call it like I see it. There are a lot of things that I don't like about this presentation. I think the first problem I see is they put out this autopsy and they kind of gave you a lot of sizzle. They gave a big dog and pony show, but they didn't really make it clear on the findings and conclusions and how they could be interpreted. And I think that's kind of the problem.
I agree with that. I agree with what he just said. I agree with that. They put on this big press conference like there were going to be some answers with this new autopsy, this independent autopsy, and it just made matters worse, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's still no answers, no definite answers. Everything is undetermined. Ben Crump loves to put on a fucking circus act, and I'm sick of it. Like, at this point, if you got that report and everything was undetermined, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why is this autopsy of this young man's body so fucking complicated? Like, I don't get it. I don't get why the state hasn't released what they have. I don't know why. I don't understand why Ben Crump came out with the crap that he had. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I've noticed about Ben Crump is he knows how to come out. Something can be straightforward. Something can be undetermined. Something can be definite. And he can take it and twist it. See, I don't like that. I don't like manipulation. And I think Ben Crump does a lot of that. Now, I respect the man for what he does and what he stands for and this and that and the third. I mean, I like everything about him. Like that milk dud head of his. Like the fact that he can enunciate and he will make you be confused and shit. There's things about him that I don't fuck with. But, in the whole grand scheme of things, you know what I'm saying? You got to respect what the man does. But I don't like the horse and pony show. I don't like it. I don't like that they came out here and they put on this big ordeal like this autopsy was going to answer questions. It was going to make it plain. And we was going to find out what happened to this young man. And that's not what it was. And I think he did it on purpose. I do. I think he did it on purpose. Cause confusion. Keep this shit going. You know what I'm saying? This is what he does. I agree with you, Vicky. I've been saying that since we started this. White people, two things about them: they stick together and they always try to stay one step ahead.
This case, they put all this stuff out there, all the legal terms, all this, forensic jargon, and now everybody's whipped up in a frenzy trying to understand what it means, speculating, guessing.
Exactly. Let me go back to what this man is saying, because I totally agree with him. And y'all know I said that when it first came out, remember? Yeah, and that's the thing, QBQ. They wasn't even, listen, this is why I'm saying that report should have never came out, because they didn't even have all his body parts in order to complete a full autopsy. What's up with that? Why ain't something being done about that? Like, I don't get it. If you send a person's body to be autopsied, why are you keeping about the neck and shit? See, nobody need to hear all that shit. I'm sure that his parents didn't need to know or hear that his neck is in one place and his body is in another. That shit is traumatizing. But Ben Crump, he sensationalizes that stuff. And then you got them standing on the stage like they damn near robots. I mean, it's just ridiculous to me. How do you even fathom listening to that crap and able to do a full press conference? Like, how you able, like, if I'm sitting there listening to this man describe the fact that my baby's body is in one state and his neck is in another, I ain't gonna be able to do no damn press conference. Yes, keep it cute. Basically, undetermined. Cause of death, undetermined. Manner of death, undetermined. That's all we got. I agree with this man. Listen.
Okay. Straight out to John Mobley.
I'm talking about Barney Fife. I'm talking about this man that's coming up.
Joining me out of Charleston. He's a renowned trial attorney, founded John Mobley Law Firm. Okay, Mobley, have at it.
Well, Nancy, I got to call it like I see it. There are a lot of things that I don't like about this presentation. I think the first problem I see is they put out this autopsy and they kind of gave you a lot of sizzle. They gave a big dog and pony show, but they didn't really make it clear on the findings and conclusions and how they could be interpreted. And I think that's kind of the problem with this case. They put all this stuff out there, all the legal terms, all this, forensic jargon, and now everybody's whipped up in a frenzy trying to understand what it means, speculating, guessing. And the reality of it is, unless you're an expert, a forensic expert, none of us are qualified to interpret those findings. Now, I've been involved in countless homicide cases where I've had to look at forensic autopsies and discuss the findings with experts, and that's what you have to do. And ultimately, what it comes down to is they put this thing out there, this preliminary autopsy finding, and they did not present any real conclusions. And that is a problem. And to address your specific concern, Nancy, about
Put up Mobley. Listen, I'm not vouching for the character of Crump or Sharpton. That said, of course, are you saying they were wrong not to put it out there? I think they were right to put it out there, whether it's inconclusive or not.
The manner in which they presented it.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
He just sat there and read it. And number one, I don't think he was the best person to read it. He's just kind of reading off medical terms that he didn't do the best job of pronouncing. And they didn't really present a conclusive finding. And what that does is...
Well, there is no conclusive finding, Mobley.
Well, he could have said that, because what he does, though, in the manner which is presented, when you take a case like this, you take little bits and pieces and put them out there in that manner, what you're doing is you're feeding these conspiracy theories like, oh my God, there's some big mystery, some conspiracy about what happened, regarding saying, hey, here's the deal. In situations like this, based on the rate of decomposition, things like that.
Don't you get it, man? We still don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. He's got a red mark deep in subcutaneous tissue on the back of his head. Wait,
here's a
go back to Kendall Krause real quick. Wait. Kendall, where's Kendall? Why am I not seeing Kendall? Kendall, please turn around and show everybody what we're talking about, because I'm doing this. Show me occipital.
Occipital's right here. Back ahead.
How
right where your
in
neck
the world of his whole body is that where the blood pools? I'm not buying it. And I'm not saying this is a homicide. I am saying there are a lot of disturbing circumstances surrounding this young man, the star athlete's death, and I am not letting it go. And I don't care how much hate mail you send me. I do not care. Okay, Mobley, what else?
What I want to state is that, and this is based on my experience being involved in numerous homicides, having examined numerous autopsies and discussed the case and the findings with numerous forensic pathologists. When you have a body, a human individual, okay, that person has experienced trauma in various physical trauma in various aspects of their life. They just had a picture of him being wearing a football uniform. He can sustained injuries playing football in practice, horse around with his friends. So, a person can die and have different injuries that pre-existed the date of the death that are completely unrelated to the death, but they are there on the body because they're a live, active individual. And that's my whole point about your fixation on the injury to the back of the head. I'm not saying that it was necessarily predated the injury, but there's got to be some medical evidence to tie it to his death. And there is not, because they can't do that. They cannot date that injury.
Okay, guys, you're hearing Mobley. I just lost a satellite. Get that back up for me. In the meantime, let me hear Crump talking about part of the neck structures and specifically the anterior, where that, I'm going to call it bruising, I'll call it a reddened area because we don't know what it was, were absent from the body. What happened to that part of the body? Listen to Crump.
So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then
see, that's the thing. Tanya and Keep It Cute. This is what Crump does. See, an intelligent person, a person that really, cared about the authenticity of this case. Anyway, so for a person that really cares and cares about getting to the bottom and the integrity of this case, even if he could, because I heard that him say that the actual person that did the autopsy couldn't be there, right? So what you do is you hire a medical examiner that can explain what's in that report. That's what a real news conference. That's when that news conference would have made sense to me, even if everything was undetermined. What I would have done, and I'm not a Crump, that Lord knows I'm not, but what I would have done, right, is had an actual medical examiner to read that report, explain that report, take questions from the audience about that report to get some understanding, not just throw it out there for like the Mobley guy said, for people to feed off of and make assumptions and spin narratives. You know what I'm saying? If you really wanted the people to be in the know and you really wanted the people to know what was actually taking, what actually was in that report, you get a professional, a medical examiner, even if it's not the one that performed the autopsy, because a medical examiner that's certified has to read what was in that report and interpret it. You can't divert from that, right? So you get a professional, right? And you get them to read that report and explain what's in the report, take questions about the report to get understanding. You don't just throw the crap out there for people to feed off of and lie on and make, you know what I'm saying? It's common sense. You don't even have to be a so-called being Crump to figure that out. That's when you got good intentions. See, I don't feel like this man's intentions are always good. You know what I'm saying? I think he has his own agenda, right? And he presents things the way he wants to present them because of that agenda. Period. Nancy Gray is another Crump, but White trying this case in the public. Everybody that's speaking about it is trying in the public. Like, I'm not gonna point fingers at Nancy. I'm not gonna point fingers. Well, I'm giving my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But everybody's doing the same thing. Like, cut the crowd. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. I don't care who makes money out of this if it's gonna get justice for the family, because that exactly, Miss Lynn, exactly. And that's the thing. That's what it all boils down to, is the justice, not the fucking clown shows and the shit show and the shenanigans. Like, just stop it. Just stop it. I'm still upset about that funeral. I'm still upset about the fact that it was not a funeral. It was a sensationalized press conference with Nolan's body laying right there smack in the middle of it. That was not a fucking funeral. That was not a homegoing. The people that spoke, the two people, Crump and Sharpton, they didn't know him. They didn't know him personally. We only heard from his parents. We didn't hear from his friends. We didn't hear from his other family. We did not hear from people that actually knew Nolan. Okay? It was a shit show. It was a glamorized, sensationalized, expensive shit show.
The organs are put in the body cavity so the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body.
From our friends at NAACP. Okay, back to you, Kendall Crowns. And hello, I've got an all-star panel. Where are they? Did they lose their voices? Dr. Kendall Crowns, wouldn't it be important for the second medical examiner, second doctor, to be able to look at the anterior neck structure?
And I will say this too: the fact that he had that head injury, or that injury that they're speaking about, you know, the back of the head, and the fact that the neck was not, you know, his neck was withheld or whatever. That to me, that's suspect. You know what I'm saying? Like, seemed like to me they're trying. Yeah, it seemed like to me they're trying to hide something. So what you keeping it for? You done your autopsy. You're done. You done your autopsy. You know that you're shipping this young man's body out to get another autopsy. And why would you withhold an organ or body part or anything? You've done your part. So why are you withholding this? Because truth be told, you holding back the neck, we can assume, and this is why I say, you know, when things like this are done, people go to assuming, because I can assume that the fact that his neck, right, was being withheld, he could have had a broken neck, he could have had a slashed throat, anything. Why are you withholding that? What is the purpose of withholding it? Is there a medical reason why you withheld it? Because a neck injury could be the reason why he passed away. The reason why they're saying undetermined. Because you got key evidence in your possession, and the examiner that's doing the autopsy don't have it. See, all of this shit, none of it makes sense.
They're absent and not received from the body, not received with the body.
That's correct. So it would be important, and that's often the problem with second autopsy, is structures are kept by the initial medical examiner for further testing or further evaluation. So the second autopsy is often limited by this. So the problem is the neck structures we're talking about, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, laryngeal structures, are the structures that are often involved with strangulation. They can be taken by a medical examiner, dissected, evaluated for fractures or injuries.
Did I just say that? See, I have not seen these people. I have not watched this video. Oh my God. Didn't I just say that? They could have withheld his neck because it shows signs of strangulation. Come on. What other reason? Like, why are you, come. Boy, oh boy, I tell you.
So the second autopsy is often limited by this. So the problem is the neck structures we're talking about, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, laryngeal structures, are the structures that are often involved with strangulation. They can be taken by a medical examiner, dissected, evaluated for fractures or injuries or something of that nature, but then they're kept, and they are also then further evaluated by a forensic anthropologist who will look for microfractures and things like that to see if there's any trauma whatsoever. And that's probably what's occurring in this case, is they're doing their due diligence and looking at all those neck structures to rule out the possibility of a strangulation, and they haven't done it yet. And that's why they're still pending. And that's why the second examination can't give you more facts, because they don't have those structures to look at. Hopefully they will be sharing between the two medical examiners so they can both come to the same conclusion at some point. But right now, those structures are being evaluated by someone else and not available for the second autopsy.
I want to talk to you about what you just said. If I see deep reddening of the tissue in the back of the neck, I'm going to quit calling it the occipital, the back of the neck, at the lower part of the head. I want to know what happened up here. I want to know, was the hyoid bone, which is very fragile, it's not attached to anything, it's kind of floating there. And often in ligature manual, any type of strangulation or stopping your airflow, you'll see that very delicate bone fractured. It's gone. Where is it? Everybody's got one. So where is it? Also, Crump stated that the portion of the neck, the interior portion of the neck that would correspond with the hemorrhaging in the back is missing. There are two ways to look at this. One is that it's missing because it's been hidden. It's being withheld from the second doctor. Why? The other way to look at it is what you suggested, Kendall Crowns, and that is that I've seen this done. The way that medical examiners and medical related forensic anthropologists do it, they get a tiny cut of that tissue. They put that under a microscope and they look to see if cells have bruising. It's very painstaking. Could they be doing that? I don't know. But it seems to me they would have included that in their notations that these portions of Nolan's body have been withheld for further testing, but we didn't hear anything about that. Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist and star of Samson's World. Sam, did you hear anything about water in the lungs?
No, Nancy, I've heard nothing about water in the lungs. And honestly, I've just been sitting here infuriated that everybody is putting so much pressure on this second autopsy that thankfully Colin Kaepernick paid for. But why are we not putting pressure on Sheriff John Ledbetter? Where is the first autopsy? Why have they held it out? There is a video of two.
Hey, man. See, this is why I had. Hey, man. Where's the first one? Where's the first one? Hey, L Boogie. Much love, boo. Welcome, Scott Alex 21. Where's the first one? How come this medical examiner done did a whole autopsy and results have been presented, but yet the first one ain't out here yet? What's up with that? What's up with that? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm glad I listened to this, and I almost didn't. I swear I did. I almost didn't.
Autopsy that thankfully Colin Kaepernick paid for. But why are we not putting pressure on Sheriff John Ledbetter? Where is the first autopsy? Why have they held it out? There is a video of two nurses who claim to have seen the transport of this body, and they said he was face down. So it's honestly, for me, it's just disgusting to see the lack of understanding. People commenting on how Ben Crump is reading, people saying Ben Crump is a race hustler. Like, he's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kendall Crowns just talked about.
What are you saying? What she just said right there pissed you off? Because it didn't piss me off. I mean, to truth be told, I don't think this case. Now, you can run down Ben Crump's credentials, right? I mean, like I said, you give credit where credit is due. But this is the thing. Their cases had nothing to do with this. And this is the thing. This is another disrespectful thing I think Ben Crump does and that he did in this case. Every time he did a press conference about Nolan, he brought up other cases. At Nolan's funeral, when he spoke about other cases. True enough, you have other cases. I get it. There are other cases that are very relatable to these cases, such as Daniel Irvin, which I still ain't heard enough about. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're saying, Ross. That I still ain't heard enough about Daniel Irvin, and he's allegedly taking on that case. But I think, to be honest, for me, and it's just me, just a parent being in a position of having a child that was unalive, that was murdered, okay? I think it was very disrespectful for him to be bringing up other cases when you're supposed to be speaking about my son. And him mentioning the lady examining her faulty report. Oh, you wanted her to allow him to keep talking about the lady? Oh, I got that part, yeah. Like I said, there's things about her I don't care for either. You know what I'm saying? I don't care for her like that, but I'm glad I did decide to react to this video, though, honestly. There's nobody, I can give props where props is due. You feel me? I can give her props where it's due. I can say I don't fuck with her like that because of other things, just like with being Crump. I give him his props where props is due. And in other ways, I don't fuck with him, and I've stated them. I don't have no issue with it. You know what I'm saying? I don't 100% agree with none of these people because at the end of the day, they all doing it for, their own reasons or whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. It's just some things that Ben Crump does that I don't agree with. Do too much. Like you standing at the funeral of Nolan, who we ain't heard enough about at the funeral, and you bringing up other cases. Put on a press conference for those people. Go to their funeral and speak on them. And that's not me minimizing their cases. That's me just having empathy and sympathy for Nolan and his family. They have the same lady who had ruled all black people no files. So if it's her, she knew what to do. It's necessary they hit the throat. Right, Nicole. Just no cool at all. Ben Crump just yeah, Tanya. Yeah, it's good and bad. Yeah.
Look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight?
He's the person who's responsible for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed by 3 racist people, and it was covered up. Stacey Turner, the medical examiner, is well known for the death of Trey Reed, ruling it a homicide. She is known for ruling black deaths. She is known. Stacey Turner.
Do I look like a witch stirring a cauldron tonight? I don't really see myself that way. Do not stir the pot, Crouppen, because this is not about politics. This is not what somebody did a long time ago in another case. This is about what we are learning tonight. Yes, and my question is, where's the original autopsy? My guess is that they are waiting on the results that Dr. Kendall Crowns just talked about and more. Hey, simmer down. I want to get to the facts of this case. I want to go back to Brian Trasher on that. Heather, I'm going to get to you in just one moment regarding the tracking of the phone and the Snapchat and all the digital footprint. But to you, Brian, again, let me pull it back up. We are not showing this photo. Do not show it, control room. Brian, added, search for, and spotted Nolan's body. Tell me what was seen. Let's see some of that aerial video.
Yeah, so we were flying over the northwest tip of Horn Island after about 2 hours in the air, canvassing a pretty large area. When we noticed some law enforcement boats converging to the northwest tip, we descended, circled around, and saw a number of law enforcement personnel on the beach, and then you could see a body laying on at the shoreline. Of course, using a zoom lens to go in, we could see that the body matched the description of Nolan Wells. The whole thing about Ben Crump mentioning that we told the parents he was fully clothed. That's not true. We never told the parents that. He was wearing just the swim trunks that matched the description that in the missing persons report, and it matched the photos that were taken of him that day. And that was all he was presumed. That's
Hold
all
on
he
one
was wearing.
sec. Brian, I want to show some video. Oh, there it is. I hope you can see your monitor. That is from our friends over at TMZ. It's a video that I believe is Nolan Wells. And I can tell you from looking at the aerial photo, I've zoomed in on it, those appear to be the same pants that he was wearing when his body was found. His body looks like it just washed up on shore.
Right.
Now,
that's correct.
Regarding COD, yeah, when you look at it way up, it looks like he's wearing a shirt. But when you zoom in, you see he's not wearing a shirt, nor is he wearing shoes. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Rate interest? People dollars, debt, nothing to mortgage, American bar loss and average morgue, so much more, and good luck. Isn't it true, Dr. Kendall Crowns, medical examiner, lecturer, star of mayhem in the morgue, so much more. Dr. Kendall Crowns, isn't it true that in certain cases, and I learned this on an arson case, COD, cause of death, manner of death, as well, MOD, can also be determined at times based on what we call extrinsic evidence. For instance, in the arson case I'm talking about, the evidence that the perp checked the weather station, the weather report for the day the arson went down, killed his wife, that he moved out all of his nice suits and family photos of his family, not his wife's family, all of his important tax documents, everything out of the house the day before the arson in which his wife was killed. Also, He called his insurance company and asked, hey, if I have a fire in my home, will you cover rental furniture? And then his house burned down the next day. The medical examiner looked at that evidence as well when determining MOD had been homicide. Isn't it true, my question, that a medical examiner will look at extrinsic evidence as well as what they see on the body itself?
Yes, all evidence is considered in an autopsy. You can't autopsy in a vacuum with no investigative information.
I agree, Raven. Hey, Raven. Hey, girl.
No toxicologic findings. All you have is autopsy findings. You can make mistakes in not coming to the right conclusions about cause of death and really manner of death. So those findings are important. In the case you used, it's evidence that he had a plan, that he was taking actions to eliminate his wife, light his house on fire. That would play in the role into it. As far as arson, the arson investigation would be helpful. All that would be given to the medical examiner because the autopsy would show the individual died in a fire. And that's all the information I would be able to tell you. Without that investigative information, I wouldn't be able to tell you whether it was a homicide, suicide, accident, not natural, of course, because it's a fire. But again, investigative information is very important. And that is also probably why the Mississippi medical examiner is still taking their time. And even the DC medical examiner said more investigative information is needed.
Crowns, again,
both of them
you're
are
the
saying
expert,
that.
not me. But let me just cut you off right there because the answer to that was yes. You do consider extrinsic evidence. That said, listen to this.
But I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back. Like, not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
For Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said when Wyatt told me it was in his truck, it took him so long to get the phone back to me.
You are seeing friends of the Wells' family speaking on Laura.
One place
where asking to get his phone would say, hey, bro.
But let me just cut you off right there because the answer to that was yes. You do consider extrinsic evidence. That said, listen to this.
But I don't think that Nolan would say, hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back. Like, not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
For Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said when Wyatt told me it was in his truck, it took him so long to get the phone back to me.
You are seeing friends of the Wells' family speaking on Laura Coates Live. Okay, I want to talk about the phone issue. And again, I don't want Nolan to be dead at all. I want this to be an accidental death. But I am not turning a blind eye to concerning aspects of this investigation. In the end, it may turn out to be accidental. But why would you leave Nolan there? Why would you say your boat was sinking and then take multiple more trips in the boat that night, according to reports? So many of the facts are not lining up. But first, let's start with a digital footprint. Today, Mac joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. What are they saying about the phone?
Well, the family says that when they were able to finally retrieve the phone, okay, they get there to get the phone back and have to wait 15 minutes outside while the young people who had the phone for some reason took their time getting it to them. And when they did, when they got
I don't see that as a problem.
No, well,
I don't see that as a problem. They're teen boys. They got to go outside and they got to get the phone out of the truck. What I see as the problem is the phone is there and he's somewhere else. Who leaves their phone behind? Who leaves their phone behind when they're on a desert island, stranded on an island? Why would you go without your phone? That's what sparked my interest, Dave Mack.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood where you were headed with it, but here's the catcher is that Nolan was always taking pictures, Nancy. And so the part about this that really gets home is that he always had his phone to take pictures and was always uploading. He was very active in those pictures being published online. And when the family actually got his phone, it had been cleaned. There was no Instagram or Snapchat that had been removed. It was gone.
Well, wait, hold on. Let me understand something, Dave Mack. You say there was no Snapchat, no Insta. It was gone. You mean it was all gone or just gone for that day?
Just for that day, Nancy. they suspect that based on that other messages or media may have also been deleted.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to hear right now, Dave Mack. I'm going to an expert that knows more than me and you put together, Dave. Heather Barnhart is with us, digital forensics expert with Celebrite and the SANS Institute, one of the digital forensic investigators in the Kohberger case that cracked that wide open. She is co-author of Practical Mobile Forensics in its 4th edition, which means a lot of people are using it to teach and reading it. Her blog, smarterforensics.com. I could go on. Heather Barnhart, thank you for being with us tonight. Number one, can you look at a phone and determine if items were deleted?
Absolutely. And Nancy, here's a huge thing to think about. I assume his phone had a password. There are certain things that you need the password to do, such as delete activity. But if you don't have a password and you picked up your phone, if you're touching the screen, that leaves a trace. If you're trying to power it off, that leaves a trace. So we should be able to see people without a password trying to actively interact with that phone, as well as someone that has it.
So how can you look at a phone, Heather Barnhart, and determine the difference between no photos were taken that day? Also, can you take photos even if you don't have reception? I think you can, but I'm not an expert. How can you look at a phone and determine no photos were taken that day as opposed to items were deleted? Because can't you delete from the deleted file?
Yes, you can do everything you just talked about. But again, all of that leaves a trace. So we would do a forensic acquisition, and that's really important here. Someone just looking in the phone, you can get a glimpse, but you can't see what's deleted and hiding below the surface. We need a forensic acquisition to do that. We can tell if it was just soft deleted, so like sitting in a trash can, or a hard delete. So if you empty your trash on your phone and then you go and throw it into a dumpster and the trash is taken away, there's a log that tracks everything. Also with timestamps on when that activity occurred.
Okay, I need that broken down in regular people talk. We're not all experts. Could you say that so everybody can understand?
Yeah. So let's say Nolan had an iPhone. He could take pictures without cell service at all. Cell service and Wi-Fi do not matter. He could even post them to Instagram or to Snapchat, and they'll sit in a temporary directory until he has service. Sometimes that fails, but we still see that activity when we do forensics. If you delete a picture, Nancy, it sits in a recycle bin on your iPhone, and you can recover that for about 30 to 40 days as a normal user. If you empty that trash, it's not recoverable, but we doing forensics can still find it.
Okay, so you mean it's not recoverable for me, a layperson, but you can recover it. Even the pictures, even the content of the text or snaps, you can recover that?
If you get a full file system acquisition, and I realize that's really nerdy, but this is where acquisition and time to evidence matters. Deleted data exists and sits there for a period of time. So time to evidence is everything here.
How long will it sit there?
If it's an iPhone, it's a little bit different than Android. iPhone, Apple's more forgiving and you have about 30 days. With Android, you could have just a few days until location artifacts are purged.
You mean, okay, a few days, do you mean 1 day, 2 days, 10 days?
It could be between 1 and 7 on Android. But with iPhone, it's typically about 7 to 30
7
days.
we're safe. 1, we're not safe. Okay. And what I'm referring to is if he did have an Android, can I recover if there were photos, snaps, texts deleted? That's what I'm trying to find out, because if somebody's deleting texts and emails and snaps and pictures, I got a problem. Why delete? That is my problem. Now, here's my next question. I'm sure I'm going to say it very inarticulately, but I think you'll know what I mean. Even if you cannot recover, let's pretend it was an Android. Even if you cannot recover the actual item itself, can you see a log that says something was deleted?
Recover the truth. And you mentioned Brian Kohberger. There was nothing. All that data was cleaned up and deleted, but the lack of data and the time on when it was removed was huge in the investigation. And that could be huge on proving the last time Nolan actually used his device versus people taking steps with it and walking around with it when it was out of his possession.
Okay. Number 1, you're brilliant. Number 2, regarding Snap being in one place, Life 360 being in another place, what can you tell me about that?
Folder or a container. So all they do in the application exists in that container. Even would be throwing that container away. So nothing's there. Sporadic deletion would be removing one thing at a time or deleting a most recent story or a post. And that stands out drastically to forensic examiners because it's uncommon behavior based upon what Nolan would typically do on his device.
Straight out to Sam Crouppen joining us, investigative journalist, star of Simpson's World. You have thoughts on the phone?
Yeah, Nancy, here's the thing. Everybody keeps saying that you keep your phone on the boat when you go into the water. We can all agree that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is when his friends leave him, he's not going to not get his phone to take with him. Who in their right mind would get stuck on an island without their phone? It makes zero sense to me at all. And then also the fact that all of his friends deleted all their social media accounts, they haven't spoken to anybody. As far as I know, they didn't even go to the funeral. It makes people believe that they are hiding something.
You're on cross-examination. Who is our next sponsor? Well, here is a probative clue. Meow. Smalls makes fresh human-grade food designed for cats to thrive. While Big Pet Food uses cheap filler, Smalls features 80% animal protein and zero artificial junk. 88% of cat parents report better digestion, softer fur, and more energy for their cats to play. It's a healthy investment your cat will love. If you want to invest in your cat's health, Smalls is giving you 60% off your cat's first order. 60% off plus free shipping. Free shipping. Thank you. Your phone, but it would be over. My Copeland has a point. Back to probative evidence. He's got a point. Crouppen has a point. I could see being out in the water without your phone, but it would be over my cold dead body that I would let a boat leave with my phone and my keys and my everything. Okay, listen to this.
He said, "Hey, Miss Christine, have you seen Nolan or talked to Nolan?" I said, "No, I thought he was with you guys." He's like, "No, nobody's talked to him. We left the island at, I think he said 3 p.m. and he wanted to stay because he was talking to a girl named Katie. Katie is also missing. No one can find her." And the explanation of no one knows this Katie, like we've never met her type of deal.
How would they know Katie's missing if they didn't even know who Katie was? So then Katie's sister chimed in. Katie made it home because she was on another boat and with different people. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. So the question is, where was Nolan after the interaction of Katie? Did Katie see him get on that boat?
From our friends at NBC and the real TikTok detective there at the inn who said it so eloquently, more questions spinning out because of the phone. Why was it on the boat? Why did he let the boat leave without it? And speaking of the boat, listen to this.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
"We're sinking. Can y'all please come?"
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on that boat?
Okay, there are innocent explanations for that, and there are nefarious explanations for that. But I do know this. They stated the boat was sinking. But was it?
At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles, and then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back to the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. The boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
From the real TikTok detective, and she's got a point. Does nobody have a problem with that? The boat is sinking when they call for help, and then they take the boat around for hours that night. Okay, Mobley, you don't have a problem with that?
I would want to know the nature of the malfunction of the boat and whether or not it was repaired. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Explain, please.
I mean, it's not complicated. I mean, what it comes down to is what was the nature of the complication of the boat and was it repaired? And if it was repaired properly, then I don't see any issue with it. And I want to be clear, those are legitimate questions. But again, as I alluded to earlier, when you start taking bits and pieces of the puzzle and you start putting them out there without context, that's when you start spreading misinformation. I would assume.
Well, you're right. But I certainly do not believe that this investigation needs to be shut down because there are potential innocent explanations. You don't just end an investigation because it could all be explained away. And I'm not saying his friends are responsible or not responsible because I don't know. Is it true, Crouppen, that many of the people there that day have lawyered up and they're not talking? Is that true? Or have they, unbeknownst to me, have they cooperated and spoken to authorities?
I mean, from what we've seen, that was what happened. They all deleted their social media accounts right away. They lawyered up. So it seems as though they've been advised. And here's a big question for me, Nancy. Was the company that allegedly got the call that they were in distress, and their official statement was before assistance was rendered, the vessel owner advised that sea tow was no longer needed because help had already been obtained. Sea tow's involvement concluded at that point.
Sea tow, everybody, is two words, SEATOW. They come and render aid and haul in, tug in boats, ships that need help. Okay, hold on. Heather Barnhart with me, digital forensics expert, author, co-author of Practical Mobile Forensics 4th edition. What about GPS? What can I learn from the GPS on that boat? Because I want to know.
If his phone is on the boat, it is tracking every location that the boat went to. I would also be curious on the last time the phone was unlocked. The last steps, even if it's not unlocked, the last steps will be all usage. Because we may be able to say the last time that Nolan was on his device and physically using it, which would be really helpful in this investigation.
Straight up to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President, United Cajun Navy, who participated in the search for Nolan. A couple of questions. What can you tell me about GPS on boats, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, they operate just like any other kind of GPS. They get fed from satellites, and they keep archives of logs and trips and things like that. A couple of things I want to point out there, Nancy, because I'm probably the only person on the panel that's been to Horn Island. They said, going back to the phone and possible deleted messages and all that, when his mother first said she thought that messages had been deleted, she later clarified that when she was talking about it, she thought it was odd that Nolan had not done any Snapchats, which was his favorite app, presumably. So the reason why he didn't do any Snapchats is because he didn't have a signal. It's very hard to get a cell phone signal on Horn Island, and Snapchat doesn't upload if you don't have a signal. What I told him was to check his camera roll. If he wasn't able to upload on his app, maybe he just took pictures with his regular camera and saved it to his camera roll, see if there's any pictures on there. But there's no evidence to suggest that anybody went in and deleted any text messages or anything like that that day. So we've been fighting so much information out there, just don't want to help spread it by not addressing that.
Brian Trasher, you and I go back a long way with your involvement with United Cajun Navy. I only have one question for you. Are you a digital forensics expert?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
No further questions. Thank you. Brian Trasher, let me talk about something that you do know about, which includes boat GPS. What exactly, last time for tonight, what exactly was seen when Nolan's body was found? Every detail.
Okay, so the body was right at the shoreline, right where the water meets the sand. It was laying face down. And like I said earlier, the swim trunks that were described and photographed, that he was photographed in the day he died, the day he presumably died, where he was still wearing, did not appear to be wearing shoes or a shirt. And yeah, face down, and there were law enforcement kind of standing all around him, just like whatever they were doing, their jobs, I'm sure. But that is what I saw from the air.
I'm looking at it. Let's see, face down. His left foot is on top of what looks to be some kelp that has washed ashore. He looks almost as if he's sleeping. He is face down. He's wearing, at first it appeared to be a shirt. He's not wearing a shirt upon zooming in on it. He's barefoot. I don't see anything on his wrist or arm, such as, a watch. I don't see that. It looks to me like he's sleeping on his stomach with his right leg a little bent outward and his left leg outward as well, like he's asleep on a mattress. His left arm is out and down like he's a stomach sleeper. And it looks to me like his head is turned to one way into the sand. Now, given that position, I see no way that blood could have pooled in the back of his neck. He is absolutely face down. But that is another argument for Dr. Kendall Crowns and myself for another night. This is what we know tonight. What we are learning from the second and independent autopsy is we know nothing, but Crump did hit the nail on the head as it relates to this. The critical moment is when and how Nolan Wells entered the water.
At the time of this report, this forensic pathologist does not know the condition of Nolan Wells. He did not know whether he was conscious or unconscious when he entered the water. He said that would be significant. He said he did not know whether he was forced into the water or unforced into the water. He said that would be significant. So he said the condition of Nolan Wells before he entered the water would be the crux of the matter. It would be of utmost importance to being able to determine a cause and manner of death.
How did Nolan Wells end up in the water? How is there so much confusion about who was with him last? Why can't I identify how everybody in that crowded area on Horn Island left, and what left him there standing, waving his arms, don't leave? It's not making sense, and we are not resting until it does make sense. Listen.
He had a deep love for the Lord and an unwavering faith that was evident in the way he lived his life. As much as our hearts are broken, we find peace in knowing that our son is resting in the arms of the Lord.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. Regarding the death of this young star athlete, Nolan Wells, dial 228-769-3063. 228-769-3063.
You might be right, Raven, because there's one more coming up after this one. She got another one. It was 2. It's going to be our last one for today. But you may be right. I think the FBI was mentioned in this one. Okay.
Bombshell tonight, the Nolan Wells autopsy furor. This is the FBI swoops in. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. I find it very difficult to believe that not one, but 2 medical examiners cannot figure out why he had deep red subcutaneous markings.
Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. Another limitation faced by this forensic pathologist was the absence of the anterior internal neck structures. The trachea and the laryngeal cartilage, the thyroid horn, and the hyoid bone were not received with the body. So he's saying that the throat was not received with the body when he got Nolan Wells' body in Washington, D.C. to perform the second autopsy.
The only question that we have is what happened to our son. That is the only question. We have consistently been degraded by the public. There's been questions about our parenting, our GoFundMe, this, that, and other. I've been called a racist. I am a healthcare provider, and I take my job very seriously. I love everyone. And it's been difficult for us, but we are leaning into our faith, leaning into one another, also leaning into all of you.
You were seeing family attorney Ben Crump, followed by Nolan Wells' mother, speaking, "Dear Lord in heaven, what is wrong with people? If this were your child, wouldn't you want to know what happened? He goes out with friends, they all come back, he's dead." I don't understand the hate directed toward Nolan's family and to everyone looking for answers. At this hour, I don't think anyone is guilty. But I do know that there is a conflict in the stories, and we are not stopping until we know what happened to Nolan Wells. So you can send all the hate and vitriol you want. Have at it. That from our friends over at NAACP. Straight out to Joseph Scott Morgan. We got an all-star panel lined up to analyze what's happening at this hour. As we are learning, the FBI has swooped into this investigation. And that is not disparaging local law enforcement, although they did apparently jump the gun at the get-go and say no foul play suspected. Well, I suspect foul play because I don't know any differently. Maybe it will turn out to all be an accident. But as of right now, we need a full-on investigation. Joe Scott Morgan, before I give you a very, very long intro bio, where's the throat? I know we have deep red markings on the occipital bone that's in the back of the, thank you. This is directly from the autopsy. We want you to see what the family has seen. Don't you think, Joe Scott Morgan, that the second medical examiner might need the throat to figure out what happened? I mean, Joe Scott, it's on fire, claims that Nolan Wells had been lynched, that he had been strangled, asphyxiated. Do I believe a lynching occurred? No, I do not believe that. But I do know I need to see the neck.
Yeah, and let me tell you where the neck is. Or the organs of the neck, as it's referred to. These neck structures are actually being held by the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office. And they don't just arbitrarily hold things like this, Nancy. This is something that would commonly go with the body when the body is released. So I deduce the fact that they have seen something there that they're trying to hold on to from an evidentiary value. Remember, the state still has an ongoing investigation in this case, and they see evidentiary value in this. And yes, I know that the second autopsy prosector up in D.C. would have liked to have seen this, but he understands this, why they would retain it. And it is being retained, I can promise you that, as are other tissue samples. But the problem is that when you get into these structures in the neck, one of the things you're trying to assess is, was this a drowning? Also, is there any kind of trauma? If people will just put their hands right here in the midline of your neck, you'll feel that kind of cartilaginous body there that's cartilage, right? That could be fracture. Did I remind you, Epstein, right? So you have to examine this. Also, here's our word, Nancy. They're talking about the hyoid is missing as well. So they don't have that.
Show me Joe Scott Morgan, because show me Joe Scott. You and I, hyoid, we know what it is because you and I have handled a ton of asphyxiation, ligature, manual strangulations, you name it. Hyoid, explain. So delicate.
Yes. Yeah, and it's very, very far up the neck, Nancy. And one of the things that happens is that with the hyoid, it's generally only traumatized as a result of direct pressure that's generally applied by a throttling event or a C-clamp like this, throttling meaning like this, so manual strangulation. And an outlier here is ligature strangulation, but primarily hands-on. So they're looking for little fractures in here all along the way. So that has to be dissected along with these other, there's a couple of other structures that you look at as well. They've held on to this for some reason. I don't have the answer for that, but I can tell you it's being preserved. I don't know if they're getting further consultation on their end. That is the state. And I'm sure that... Yeah.
Stop. Joe Scott, you're giving me so much information. Let me tell everybody, if they don't know who you are, why you're here tonight. Okay. Joe Scott Morgan is a death investigator. He has investigated over 10,000 death scenes of all natures. You've only got a few choices. You've got homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes like a heart attack, and unexplained. Tonight, we've got 2 unexplained medical examiner's reports. Yeah. Why? We don't have the lungs in a potential drowning case. Why? We don't have the neck in a potentially, as you said, throttling case. Why? Yeah. Those are the 2 main things I want to see. Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with a world-class criminal procedure department. I've toured it myself. He's the author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon, and he is the star of a hit podcast, Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan, and so much more, but that would take the whole program. Joe Scott, really? With allegations floating, very incendiary allegations of lynchings, of throttlings, of ligatures. The main thing I want to see, the lungs and the neck, and they're both missing. I have a problem.
Well, I don't know that the lungs are necessarily missing. Let me tell you how this works. They have done sections of the lungs at the ME's office in Mississippi. Now, the one thing that is included in this report relative to the second autopsy that's been released is that the doctor here, who is a fantastic doctor, highly credentialed, knows what he is doing, former chief medical examiner for DC, he is stating that he has taken tissue samples. He repeats this over and over again in the report. He submitted this for his own histology. Why is that important? Well, if you get into the lungs, that lung tissue, and he can identify it even in it, I'm going to be real graphic here, it arrived in a bag, okay? So he would have to pick through this, find lung tissue in there, and then sample that. And he's going to be looking microscopically for signs of drowning there, and he'll make his own assessment. One of the things I'm concerned about, Nancy, and I hope that they did this down in Mississippi, is that when they do this initial examination, did they do diatom testing, which is you're looking for these little bits of algae that are distinct to both freshwater and saltwater. And if you find that within the system, that's also an indication that the individual may have been submerged and taken on water. So right now, we've got a lot of questions, but as the second doctor says, this is all still pending investigation.
I'm trying to digest and make sense of everything Joe Scott Morgan just told me. But what I know is that I don't have the lungs and a potential drowning, and I don't have the neck and a potential throttling, as he called it. And again, Joe Scott, we don't have evidence of any strangulation, be it manual or ligature, except that deep red discoloration. And I read in the autopsy report, it was about 12 by 8. How can that be? Explain to me what they're talking about.
Yeah, can we please put that drawing up that the doc rendered there? You know something interesting about that mark, Nancy? This thing has got kind of, as he has drawn it out here, that red indication that he's done with a pen on this anatomical diagram, Nancy, that's got what is referred to as kind of specific margins, doesn't it? It almost appears as though there is a pattern there, and it extends. If folks at home will take their hand and put it on that kind of bony prominence in the back of your head, that's called your occiput. Okay, that's where the occipital bone is. So it looks like it's just beneath there. So right along that edge, this thing's got margins. It almost looks like it could potentially have a pattern. Hard to say, but do you see how he has it drawn out there? It's almost like a rectangular shape. When you talk about decomposition, which he does extensively here, and he says he can't make a full assessment because of the status of the decomposition. Decomposition is what's called diffuse. That means it kind of spreads out randomly. What he has drawn there, at least from his estimation there, or his rendering that he's done there, puts margins on this thing. You got a top end, a bottom end, and you got sides.
Okay, all that said, what does it mean? Because to me, Dr. Kendall Crowns, who I respect deeply, by the way, suggested it was blood pooling. I'm not buying that because it's nowhere else. We don't see that anywhere else on the body. Hey, Caitlin Becker joining me, senior national correspondent, New York Post. She's a star of New York Postcast, like podcast, but Postcast. Caitlin, thanks for being with us tonight. Caitlin, I had it out with Dr. Kendall Crowns yesterday. He has superior knowledge, so I was at a disadvantage, but I'm still sticking to my guns. I don't see how the blood in his body can pool in one location on the whole back of his body, even if he's laying on his back. Hold. Brian Trasher, Vice President, United Cajun Navy. Brian, isn't it true that when Nolan was found, he was face down, repeat, face down on the beach, just at the water's edge? And let's see the aerial video when I'm talking to Brian so everybody can see what he's talking about. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, ma'am. He was face down on the beach right at the water's edge. I'm not sure if he was spotted still floating and they brought him in, or if he washed up right there, but I can only describe where I saw him as we flew over the island.
Brian Trasher, based on the photo that I received from an undisclosed source, he was face down, almost as if he were asleep, with one leg slightly out to the side. Okay, face down. Do you agree with that, Brian?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay, back to Caitlin Becker, senior national correspondent, New York Post, star of New York Postcast. Caitlin, what can you tell me about claims that his body was sent to the second autopsy, the independent autopsy, face down?
There seems to be a lot of questions about how Nolan's body was received, found, sent. If he was sent face down, that also doesn't make sense to me for the claim that it would be blood pooling in the back of his head, because if he's face down, wouldn't blood pool just by nature of gravity this way if he was found face down? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But as I was listening to you and Joseph Scott Morgan talk, I mean, I don't know the terrain here, but if they're keeping the throat for a potential throttling and you see this mark on the back of the head, if you're thinking in terms of someone's head pressed up against it, if there's something behind my head and you're pressing me this way, but by not knowing the manner or cause of death, we're kind of jumping to a conclusion there. So it just seems like every single layer, there's more questions than answers. And the mark on the back of the head and not seeing in the autopsy report that there were really marks or signs of trauma anywhere else was really particularly curious. I mean, why just there? What caused it? And we don't really have those answers about whether or not there was significant trauma to the flip of that to the front, because as you said, throat wasn't sent for the second autopsy.
So back to you, Joe Scott Morgan. I'm going to bring in the rest of the panel in just one moment. Joe Scott, how could the deep reddened markings at the back of the head, the occipital, how could that come from?
She's very fixated on that injury, or non-injury. I don't know if it's an injury or not, but she's very fixated on it, and I can see why. Because that other guy tried to explain it away by saying, it was because he was transported on his back and this and that and the third, which makes no sense. And the reason why it makes no sense is because he said that all blood is not drained out of a body during an autopsy. I've never heard that before, honestly. Like, I've heard that blood is drained in order for them to embalm the body. So I don't know who paid him or who sent him, but that shit didn't make no sense. But I get what she's saying about that. And like I said, I will say again, it's suspect because when you have something going on with a person's skull in an autopsy, and then you're doing that autopsy and you don't have the neck in order to compare what's going on in the back of the head to what went on with the neck, it's suspect. You know what I'm saying? And nobody can deny that. Like, why are you and then too, this is the thing. If they kept the neck because they found something and they wanted to further investigate it, why not put that in the report? Why just leave his neck out or keep his neck and not explain the reasons why? Yeah, I know, keep it cute. I would too. But why? Okay, if you kept the net because of this, and the third, why not put that in a report? We found such and such and such and such when it came to the neck, and we decided to keep this, this part of his body in order to do further investigations. Plain and simple. See, and that makes you think, like, what are they trying to hide? You know what I mean? But let's listen. She ain't letting that go, and I don't blame her.
The blood sinking down post-mortem. It just, first he was face down, so it would sink to the blood would go to his face. That was would be the lowest point. But after that, after he's dead for a period of days, I don't see how the blood could then continue to pool in a different direction. And we are getting reports that he was sent to the second autopsy face down. I find that hard to believe, but that's according to reports.
Yeah. And so understand this, with decomposition, okay, it's like I said, it's going to be diffuse. And this second autopsy, I don't know if people are aware of this, but you can read through the report itself, and it's very, it's very, very graphic in the sense that this doctor that did this case, that did the follow-up, he did such an extensive dissection here. I'm talking about stuff that we don't normally do at autopsy. He's done the back, he's done the buttocks, he's done the backs of the legs, the arms, the hands, even the back of the head. He took this even further than the people in Mississippi did. And this is something that we normally do. So folks understand, this is something we normally do with an in custody death. All right. With where it is this extensive, and he doesn't see anything from a hemorrhagic standpoint, like direct trauma. The big question is this pattern on the back of his head. And I'm calling it a pattern because of the way he's demonstrated this with his diagram on the back of this thing. And he doesn't go into great detail about that in the autopsy report. So how did it get there?
What I want to know is, all these witnesses are right there. Brian Trasher.
Okay, let me read this. I'm going to read this. Keep it cute. Let me read this right quick. I put in, is all blood drained from my body during an autopsy, right? And according to AI Google, I'm going to just tell y'all it's Google, AI. It says, no, all blood is not drained from the body during an autopsy. Instead, pathologists collect small blood samples for lab tests. And any loose blood released during organ removal is simply washed down the tables, drained running water. So basically what this is saying is, it's not like it's a process of draining the blood, right? It person's blood in tubes in order to test. And then any blood that comes out of the body when they're removing the organs, of course, that blood, the person is maybe bleeding during that process, and they just simply wash that blood away. It goes on to say, hold on a minute, y'all. Hold on. It goes on to say, what happens to blood during an autopsy? So once you pass away, everybody knows that your heart stopped pumping, right? So it says no active pumping. Because the heart has stopped working, blood no longer circulates. It settles. Listen to this part. It settles in lower body parts due to gravity. Now, this is saying the blood settles to lower body parts due to gravity, a process called livor mortis, or it begins to clot. Embalming difference. Complete blood removal only happens. Okay, so complete blood removal only happens later if the family chooses embalming at a funeral home, where a machine pumps out blood and replaces it. So this is the thing. The blood is not removed from the body during an autopsy. Okay? Exactly, keep it cute. This is when it happens. So the blood is not removed during the body when doing an autopsy by the coroner or the medical examiner. It's later removed, okay, once that body goes to the funeral home and then it's being embalmed. Now, being as though Nolan's body did not go to a funeral home, it went to another medical examiner, right? It could have still had blood in the body. Because this says complete blood removal only happens later if the family chooses embalming at a funeral home, where a machine pumps out the blood and replaces it with preserving chemicals. So Yeah. That's when it happens. After the person goes to the funeral home to be embalmed. So Nolan's body could have still had blood in it when he was transported to Washington. Just thought I'll do that. I'll read that for y'all.
Don't, like planes, have a tail number? Can't you identify who these boats are by their markings, by their numbers, by their identification? They've got names written on the side. They've got tail numbers, so to speak. Have all of these people been brought in? I mean, tell me how to identify a boat and how to locate the driver and bring them in for questioning about what happened that day. Because listen, Brian, the friends say we left him with Katie. Katie apparently has been found and says, no, he left with his friends. Okay, right there, I've got a problem. How did everybody leave Gilligan on the island waving, hey, I'm here, and they all left him? I find that hard to believe. I've got to find out what precipitated him going into the water and how that fits in with the marking on the back of his neck. Do you see where I'm going, Trasher?
Absolutely. And yes, to answer your first question, some of these boats, just by the names, people that name the boats, and if you can detect registration numbers, if it's registered in the state of Mississippi, that's easy to find. I'm told that over 60 people have been interviewed by law enforcement. I don't know who they are or how they were brought in, but there was a lot of interviews that have been conducted. I'm assuming there's going to be more. With regards to, what happened, that's always been the question. That's why his parents worked it. There's just.
You're welcome, keep it cute. So if the blood stops pumping and he's outside face down for 2 days, he would have pooling of the blood all over his body, right? Not just the back of his head. Well, the way that guy was explaining how it could end up in the back of his head is it could have happened, because if they found him face down, of course, okay, he was face down when they found him. But ultimately, when they transported him from the island, to the medical examiner's office, and then transported him from that medical examiner to the other medical examiner, he was on his back. So he's saying it could have happened then, at the times when he was on his back. Who said something about draining the blood would have hidden something? Who said that? What are you asking? Nobody said that draining the blood would have hid anything. No, it will only be on the areas that are facing. He would have it on the parts of his body that was the Lord's, including his face, chest, groin. See, I'm not saying that, what that guy said and saying that, okay, that's how that happened on the back of his neck. I'm not saying that's how it happened. I'm saying that's how he was explaining it could have happened. See, I'm not going to sit up here and act like I know what happened. I'm not. I'm just explaining because for those that coming in and not knowing that we had a prior discussion, I was just explaining what we was talking about then and what that guy was saying. That's it. That's all. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to pretend, sit up here and pretend like I know exactly what happened. I don't do that. I can't explain that. How can I explain why the text messages were deleted? At this point, I don't even know if text messages was deleted. You want to know why? Because I go by facts and I go by reports, right? And the fact of the matter is, whatever evidence that the state has come up with as far as those messages and whatever evidence the independent investigators came up with, that the reports of that, it hadn't been put out. So I don't know if there were deleted text messages. I do know that if there were deleted text messages, that means somebody had something to hide. But do I know for a fact that there were deleted text messages out that phone? No, because no report has been presented. See, that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to move around. Like, if you want a content creator or a channel or a platform that entertains things without proof, then that's not me. I may discuss stuff that's being discussed. I may even entertain it to a certain extent, but I'm not going to explicitly say this is what happened and I know this is what happened. I can't do that. Just because listen, his mother said it. Okay, and what? And what? His mother said it, and what? What does that mean? And I'm going to be clear. I'm going to be honest. When it comes to the mother, she's suspect to me too. I have empathy and sympathy for that woman. She lost her son. I get it. She want answers. I get it. I get it. I lost a son. I know exactly what she's feeling. Do I understand her movements and some of the things that she's come out? No, I don't. And I'm not trying to understand it. I'm just saying. And then two, One thing I know about evidence, and one thing I know about a crime being committed, and one thing I know about letting, law enforcement, or since she's not trusting Mississippi law enforcement, they got a whole nother independent team that's supposed to be investigating. You as a parent, a grieving parent, or anybody that comes out and speak on evidence, you can fuck up a criminal case. See, right now, this is not a criminal case. It could turn into a criminal case. Okay, it could turn into a criminal case. And I promise you, when it comes to a criminal case, the less you talk as the family, as the investigators, the better. You want to know why? Because we got social media, right? And we got people out here in social media that lie, that manipulate, that narrate. You got AI out here. You got all kind of shit going on in social media when it comes to these cases that can really screw up an investigation. See, me as a parent, I was told day one, we can't, and this is by law enforcement, we can't tell you what to do. We can only suggest that you don't speak to the media when it comes to if someone calls you and give you some information, if you find out some information, if you come across some information, if you discover some information, can you please contact us first? Please do. Don't go to the media because it could impede the investigation. It can screw up the investigation. If you get a phone call from someone who says, I know what happened. I was there. I know what happened. If that person tells you that, don't go to the media and say, look, I know you did this. I know who did this. Please call us. That's all. That's because if you tip off the person who this person says did it, okay? I'm just saying, people got to start thinking and think deeper when it comes to stuff like this. And I'm not judging that woman on how her or her husband are moving with this whole situation. That's them. Nolan was their child. That's on them. But I'm just saying right now, it's not a criminal investigation, right? So, but we don't know. It may turn into one. And everything that's being said and done in this moment is going to have an impact on that if it turns into a criminal investigation. That's all I'm saying. So the mama coming out saying, there were deleted text messages, there were deleted messages. Okay. But still, too, I haven't seen or heard about a report that has stated that as a fact. You may want to call them boys and their parents, Roscoe, and ask them these questions. Because I wasn't there, and I don't pretend to be. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know these people. You want to call them and ask them these questions? Because I can't answer them.
Absolute black hole from about 4:30 p.m. on July 4th until he washed up Monday morning, where nobody seems to know anything. Nobody seems to have seen anything. There's conflicting stories, as you pointed out, from his friends and people that saw him that day.
And another thing, Roscoe, you speaking as if I think the boys are innocent. And where did you get that from? Because the way you're questioning me is you're questioning me like I'm assuming that the boys are innocent. I'm the first one to say that something happened. They did something. They were involved in some kind of way, because if they wasn't, the truth wouldn't be changing. Lies wouldn't be being told. They would not have withheld his cell phone and all this and the third. I'm pretty much certain that something happened. Do I know what? No. No. But I'm definitely not saying that am I saying they unalived him? No, I'm not saying that. Am I saying it's a possibility? Yes, absolutely. Am I saying even if they didn't unalive him, for some reason they got something to hide? I absolutely feel that way. Because what? Because of their actions in the aftermath. I'm going by their actions. Because see, innocent people don't do what these people are doing. Innocent people that are innocent and have done nothing wrong don't move the way these people are moving. Oh, okay, Roscoe, because I'm just saying, I just don't do that. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and assume that I know anything other than what's been presented as far as fact. Not all this other, not rumors, not speculation, not all that. I'm just going by this, what has been put out here as far as officially. Officially. Thank you, Roscoe. I appreciate it. I try.
about who he was supposed to leave with. Did he want to stay back? All that. It's all hearsay. It's all secondhand. And so, yeah, there is a massive hole in the story. And that's why this has gotten national attention that it's gotten. As far as the markings on his head, I mean, I was told by some of the people who recovered the body that it was obvious he'd come in contact with marine life while he was in the water. I'm not sure if that's possible explanation of those markings. I'm just telling you what I thought. So experts can weigh in on it.
Brian, hold on. Joe Scott, I'm going to try to get a quick answer from you on that because it's valid. What Trasher just said is valid because if his body had been attacked by marine life, fish, turtles, whatever, that would be all over the body. What we were talking about is deep reddening of tissue, subcutaneous tissue on the back of the head, unlike the rest of the body. So that is not the same as the decomp on the rest of the body. Why is it so hard for everybody to get? We've got a problem with the back of the head. It's marked unlike any other part of his body. And you said something very significant, Joe Scott Morgan, that the original medical examiner kept the throat for a reason. Did she keep the hand, the fingers, the toes? No, because they weren't probative. They didn't prove anything. The neck proved something. What did the neck prove? Help me.
Yeah, well, either to include or exclude any kind of trauma that could have impeded his ability to breathe. There's another part to this, Nancy, that I forgot to mention relative to the neck. We have what are called strap muscles that kind of lay over the center part of the neck. What do we look for there? Well, that's also where we see hemorrhage relative to any kind of pressure that's applied there. You'll see those. The doctor doesn't mention anything about strap muscles because I think that those were probably retained as well. Now, back to the sea life.
I don't think so, Raven. Not the ones in question. I don't think so. Not from my knowledge. I don't think so, Raven.
And I can tell you what type of sea life would have affected his body. And if the body was right there on the shore, it would be crabs. And the reason I know that is because this is where they kind of feed, if you will. All right. So you don't hear any mention by the second medical examiner talking about any kind of degrading of the body as a result of contact with marine life that's feasting in a post-mortem state.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance $100 debt? You pay to report. Report online. S8 for rate borrower. And PERG saving
20 to 30 people.
And good luck.
We had roughly 20 to 30 people coming on 3 separate boats with us. And so we were all following each other out there as one big group. It wasn't just me and Nolan and a couple other of my buddies. There was 20 or 30 people spread out where we all met at the dock before, and then we departed to go to Horn Island. It wasn't just a couple of us. I mean, there were so many people, we had to split up between 3 boats, and we all left and all got there at the same time.
That is from our friends over at the Officer Tatum show, and that is Warren Hudson's an acquaintance of Nolan Wells. He was in the Horn Island group. Are you hearing what I'm hearing, Josh Colesrud? I mean, I don't know if this happened to you in law school, but it makes you think differently. Out of that whole thing, I heard this: 20 to 30 witnesses. 20 to 30 witnesses? Josh Colesrud, veteran trial lawyer, criminal defense attorney, former assistant U.S. attorney, founder Colesrud Law Offices, and star of podcast No Contest at colesrudlawoffices.com. 20, 30 witnesses. That's what I just heard.
Absolutely. This is going to be a huge investigation. It already is. One of the questions that I've seen online about the friends is that, why did they leave him? But let me ask you something hard, those that are saying that, look what we're talking about. We're not talking about hardened men. These are teenagers, they're kids, they're 18, 19 years old on the water on the 4th of July. And, what happens when a teenager experiences something bad? They freeze, they go numb. Sometimes they cry, sometimes they don't. But, what they're not experts at like dredging the waterways. And, I know that the family wants answers from the friends, and I get that. And, one of the family members said, are they getting their lives straight? When they went back to the mainland and called for a cab. But, we don't know what happened yet. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to seeing is the data from the cell phones, right? Because that's what, and hopefully now, that's, how did they obtain the victim's phone? Well, it was in one of the hands of his friends. So how did that come there? So there are a lot of answers. There's a lot of questions here, Nancy, that we need answers to. And right now, we don't know if it was an accident. We don't know if it was a death. We just don't know.
Caitlin Becker, who called who that night? Did mom call the friends? Did the friends call the mom? How did mom end up looking for Nolan?
It seems like mom was on the case pretty immediately when Nolan didn't. She had him on Life 360. So I think that became the biggest kind of issue of where's my son? Where's his phone?
You see how these so-called professional people hit panels and don't know what the hell they talking about because the mom wasn't made aware or the mom didn't know anything was wrong until she was called by one of the friends. See, they don't even have the facts straight when they be talking, right? When they be getting up on these panels. But these are the so-called professionals. You know, this is Nancy Grace. You know what I'm saying? Her and her panelists. Like, this woman don't even know the facts. Like, the mom was not, she was not alerted or she was not worried about anything up until she got a phone call because Nolan did not stay with her. Apparently he was staying with the friends, the so-called friends, and they are the ones that called her and told her that he had not been seen. So this lady, you know, off the rip, I can't even take you seriously because you don't even know the facts. And this is, you know, that's just me. But let's back it up and listen to how she answers this question. And who is she again? Let me see
that we need answers to. And right now, we don't know if it was an accident. We don't know if it was a death. We just don't know.
Caitlin Becker, who called who that night? Did mom call the friends? Did the friends call the mom? How did mom end up looking for Nolan?
It seems like mom was on the case pretty immediately when Nolan didn't. She had him on Life 360. So I think that became the biggest kind of issue of where's my son, where's his phone? And the only thing she could go off of is where's his phone, which she could locate through kind of Life 360 where it was pinged. So it seemed like she was on the hunt for the phone there. And from all of the accounts that we've been reporting on, the phones were left on the boat because they didn't take them to the shore. However, you can see all of those people were back and forth on the boat. So clearly they were using them, but the phone was on the boat that went back without Nolan first. So it seems that the friends took the phone with them to their house, and then what happened with it between then and when his mom got it seemed to be the question of where it was and who was touching it, who was using it, what was done on it. But it seems like the location on the Life 360 is how mom tracked down the phone when she realized that her son wasn't where he needed to be.
So that night, Nolan doesn't come home. Mom, Christine, starts looking for him. She is a family nurse practitioner. She starts looking for him. She looks on Life 360 and follows it. Mm-hmm. You can get that on Life 360. Show me the route to the phone. And she did that to the friend's house that had all been out to Horn Island. And she's like, and she goes, where's Nolan? His phone's here, but he's not here. And they go, yeah, it's out there in the truck. So they wait 15 minutes to get the phone and come back with it. Everybody's just sitting there in the dark watching TV. Nobody said, hey, where's Nolan? Nobody said that until she came over looking for the phone.
Which could kind of point to, if I'm hearing it, it could kind of point to two things. I know there's a huge faction online saying, what are they doing? What are they covering up? What are they hiding? But then on the flip of that, just to play devil's advocate.
It's just painting a whole nother narrative that's just not true. The friends weren't sitting around and didn't ask. The mom is not the first person that noticed he wasn't around. They were. They just didn't give a fuck because maybe they knew what happened. But you can't switch to... You cannot say, this is what I'm talking about right here. You can't do that. That's not how it went down. The friends were not just then notified that he was missing when the mom showed up for the phone. It's not true. Oh my God, people.
If you don't think there's anything wrong with your friend, if you assumed your pal was in another boat with another group of friends, why would you even think to be concerned about that until his mom comes knocking at the door and says, where's my son? So, I mean, like
That's not the truth. You people are sitting up here manipulating the truth. And that is so sick and sad. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the media. I don't trust these motherfuckers, like for real. You're not even telling the truth. You're just not.
Behavior. It reminds me so much of the teen or the young people in the Idaho murder, just looking at them to be like, wow, why are they not reacting the way you would think someone would react in a situation like this? And while the circumstances are so wildly different, I think we have to remember that we're talking about, teenagers here, and teenagers who were leaving in a large group, who admittedly were drinking, who were partying in 3 separate boats. So I think it might have been easy to lose track of one another. That doesn't explain anything, though. That doesn't explain why no one, not one person out of that 20 to 30 said to themselves, Nolan, I mean, if you and I were out with 20 to 30 of our friends, someone at some point probably would have raised, scratched their head.
Well, how is this woman able to sit up here and spin this narrative? Now, we all know the friends, whether they did something to him or not, are the first ones that alerted the mom that he was not around. So why is this lady able to sit up here and tell these lies? It's ridiculous.
And said, where's Nancy? Have you heard from Nancy all day? If it had gone to that point of the night.
I assume his phone had a password. There are certain things that you need the password to do, such as delete activity. But if you don't have a password and you picked up your phone, If you're touching the screen, that leaves a trace. If you're trying to power it off, that leaves a trace. So we should be able to see people without a password trying to actively interact with that phone, as well as someone that has it. So we would do a forensic acquisition, and that's really important here. Someone just looking in the phone, you can get a glimpse, but you can't see what's deleted and hiding below the surface. We need a forensic acquisition to do that. We can tell if it was just soft deleted, so like sitting in a trash can, or a hard delete. So if you empty your trash on your phone and then you go and throw it into a dumpster and the trash is taken away, there's a log that tracks everything. Also with timestamps on when that activity occurred. If you get a full file system acquisition, and I realize that's really nerdy, but this is where acquisition and time to evidence matters. Deleted data exists and sits there for a period of time. So time to evidence is everything here. Apple's more forgiving, and you have about 30 days. With Android, you could have just a few days until location artifacts are purged.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions. With real time, I hope to see you through the stood that king and the friend. To Dave Mack, I want to, before we launch into the phone tracking and the phone investigation.
You said not true. Nola's mother was called by one of Nola's friends and was told that Nola did not return them. Then she tracked Nola's phone with some app and isn't that what I just said? What's not true? Who is not true? Isn't that what I just said?
I want to clarify something. I understood that Warren Hudson, one of Nolan's friends, called the mom around 11:07 telling her. Now, is it? Did the mom call the friends or follow the Life 360? Or did the friend, Warren Hudson, call the mom?
Christine Wansley, Nolan's mother, says she received a phone call from Warren Hudson. Now, she identified him by first name during one of the press conferences and interviews, okay? Now, she has not disclosed what the entire details of that call were, but we know that right after that conversation from Warren calling Christine, that Christine contacted a friend who had two sons who had also been with Nolan to ask if they had seen him. It was after that call that the family began checking Nolan's location through Life 360 and Snapchat, and that's where we end up with the discrepancy of locations.
We also learned tonight the FBI has been called in.
Anything that you can give us? Okay, can I confirm that y'all are working with the FBI with the case? Yes. Okay, any other agencies that you're working with at this time? All right, and is this case still under investigation?
Actively under investigation.
Okay, so I was told by the district attorney everything is going through her office at this time.
And everything else should be referenced to the district attorney's office.
Okay.
You know, Caitlin Becker joining me, senior national correspondent, New York Post. I just learned two very important things. Number one, the FBI is involved. Why? And number two, at the outset, I understand that local law enforcement first said that no foul play is suspected. It was a simple drowning, if there is such a thing. But now the FBI is in and everything's being referred to the district attorney. Is that correct?
From what we understand, our reporting says the exact same thing, that the district attorney is dealing with everything. This is going to go to a grand jury, which we understand is very typical, especially in this area. I think it's typical pretty much everywhere. If you have a suspicious unnatural death, that something would go to a grand jury. The local police do seem like they may have jumped the gun in calling this a simple drowning with however exactly that they worded it, just a drowning with no foul play suspected. That doesn't say there was no foul play at all, or there couldn't be, or they're not investigating. But to just write this off as no foul play suspected off the bat, I think got everyone's kind of hackles up. And I think that's particularly something that the family.
What's your name? Schnickers. Officer Tatum has lied throughout this whole process. He lied so bad in that 3-part interview that he did with the friend, the alleged so-called friend. That man is just disgusting. He's an asshole. He's a buckethead. And I mean, he's just in it for the money. He don't give a fuck. He don't give a damn. He done turned against his own people for the almighty dollar. And I hope when that motherfucker go, he can take it with him. I'm just saying. But yeah, he has been lying. He has been lying. I was so thrown aback when I listened to that interview he did with that boy. All the lies. But yeah, you're right.
Didn't want to hear. You have a strong swimmer, young guy, athletic person who went out, didn't come home, and no one had saw him struggling. You didn't see him go in the water and struggle. That's a simple drowning. We saw someone go in, we tried to help, they drowned. That to me is a case closed, simple drowning. But now the feds are involved and the FBI is involved, perhaps because there is more to it than it seems.
Right. Josh Colesworth, I got a question for you. The FBI is now part of this investigation. That is significant. The FBI is only brought in under certain circumstances. That is within the state jurisdiction. And this thing has mushroomed from no foul play suspected to the DA is handling all of this. And I'd like to point out that the sheriff was not responding. Well, guess what, everybody? When I would be besieged by reporters when I was prosecuting case, you're not at liberty to comment on an ongoing investigation as much as we on the outside looking in feel stymied. I'm surprised the law enforcement officer even stopped to talk to the journalist, WDSU, because they shouldn't be revealing evidence. So don't make it look like he's hiding in his office. He should not be revealing evidence. That said, address. This is now at the district attorney level and the FBI is in. That's what I need you for, Colesrud.
Yeah, so great question. So let's separate the two. The district attorney works for the state. The FBI works for the U.S. Attorney's Office. Now, just because there's a homicide does not make this a federal case. So ask yourselves, why would the FBI be here? Well, there's two possible reasons. Number one, we know that the family has hired a very prominent civil rights attorney, and there might be a civil rights component here. And civil rights always includes the federal government. So if, for example, there is an allegation that the local law enforcement didn't do something, or there's a racial component to them not doing something, that of course can bring in the U.S. Attorney's Office. The second reason the FBI could be brought in is that the small town just can't, needs help with its resources, right? They don't have the manpower for this type of investigation. And we've already seen that they've had a couple of missteps with the media, like you just said, where they want to be closed-lipped with the investigation without giving some type of...
It's not just missteps with the media. They said this was a natural causes accident, no foul play. That's more than a misstep.
Yeah.
That law enforcement. And you know what, Dr. Bethany Marshall, joining me, renowned psychoanalyst out of LA. She's an author. She's on Bravo. She's on Peacock, star of a new hit podcast, On the Couch with Dr. Bethany Marshall. You know, I don't like the way Colesrud just said that. They're from a small town. They need help. Well, you know what? Not every jurisdiction is New York, LA, Houston, Atlanta. They don't have this type of investigation all the time. So I commend them for bringing in the FBI. Okay. That said, Dr. Bethany, I want to find out if every single person has been brought in and questioned separately. I want to hear your take on what you're seeing.
Hey, Nancy, in terms of Colesrud, he gets paid a lot of money to muddy the waters, so at least he's doing his job. There's very important behavioral evidence that is not being discussed. I don't hear it online in any news reports, and that is their empathy for the victim. In a forensic interview, that's one of the number one things we look for is like, oh my God, where did he go? Somehow we lost sight of him. In the online chatter, there's a lot of digital evidence here. Are the kids communicating back and forth saying, I don't know, did we lose him? What happened? He was my best friend. I can't sleep. You know, that is what we want to look for in terms of innocence. In terms of guilt, what we would look for is lack of empathy towards the victim. Like, he was always drinking too much. It's his fault he didn't get on the boat. We never liked him anyway. Attempts to rationalize, attempts to...
Now, I like this breakdown right here. I like actually what she's saying. I'm going to back that up, y'all. I like this breakdown right here because we talked about this the other day of how that dude set up and did that interview with Tatum. Actually, we mentioned it today. You know, about how there's no empathy. And another thing is too, like when it's gonna quit like that, they're not saying with any other friends that I've heard speak say, you know, I just want to know what happened to him. We don't know what happened to him. It's just. You just have to pay attention, right? Keep it cute, monotone, nonchalant, no emotion, no nothing. But yet Nolan was like your brother, but you have no emotion, no nothing. But I like y'all pay attention to what this lady is saying.
If every single person has been brought in and questioned separately, I want to hear your take on what you're seeing.
Hey, Nancy, in terms of Colesrud, he gets paid a lot of money to muddy the waters, so at least he's doing his job. There's very important behavioral evidence that is not being discussed. I don't hear it online in any news reports, and that is their empathy for the victim. In a forensic interview, that's one of the number one things we look for is like, oh my God, where did he go? Somehow we lost sight of him. In the online chatter, there's a lot of digital evidence here. Are the kids communicating back and forth saying, I don't know, did we lose him? What happened? He was my best friend. I can't sleep. that is what we want to look for in terms of innocence. In terms of guilt, what we would look for is lack of empathy towards the victim. Like, he was always drinking too much. It's his fault he didn't get on the boat. We never liked him anyway. Attempts to rationalize, attempts to form a cohesive story amongst co-conspirators. That is going to come out in the digital evidence, because at this point, I'm sure the investigators have separated every possible perpetrator.
Joe Scott, also missing in addition to the neck are the lungs. Don't you think that would be an important aspect of a potential drowning case?
Yeah, it is. And just so that we understand, those lungs have been dissected. So there was an organ bag that came with the body to DC. The attending that the family retained actually did histo samples from all of the tissues there. He even states that in his report. Now, I think that what he is saying, and what you have to understand, there's no way after following an autopsy, an initial autopsy, that you can see the lungs intact. They have to be dissected. They've been previously dissected. Those lungs probably accompanied the body in that bag, unless, of course, they've retained the lungs as well. And that remains to be seen at this point.
Dave Mack joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. Can you shed any light on it, Dave?
See, what we're seeing is that Dr. Roger Mitchell, who was the independent pathologist doing the second autopsy on Nolan, reported that he did not have access to the lungs or airway structures when conducting the family-requested independent autopsy.
The lungs, the neck, very disturbing. They are critical. They've got to be analyzed by the independent medical examiner. And that's not saying the first medical examiner was wrong, but that's going to hold the key to the cause and manner of death, I believe. And back to you, Brian Trasher. What can you tell me about an offer to the family regarding cadaver dogs?
Yeah, so obviously the online chatter started right away. People were coming up with all kind of bizarre theories about how he was, he came back to the island, they took him back out there and dumped him, all this kind of stuff. So we just said, hey, one of our top, canine teams happens to be in Jackson County, Mississippi. Jackson County Canine is their name. I said, we'll be happy to have these cadaver dogs go over and inspect the boat. And we told this to Crump's legal team. And so we'll have them go inspect the boat, and they'll be able to tell if there's decomp on that boat. And they said, oh, well, we heard they cleaned the boat. I said, no, there's only one chemical that you could possibly get rid of decomp with, and I guarantee these people don't know what it is. So there's no way they could be a month later, these dogs would be able to smell the decomp. And they would also have Nolan sent, if he was on the boat alive, they would also know if there was a dead body on that boat. And they declined. They said, nah, we don't think so. So I'm not sure why they didn't want to dispel that right away. We would have known right away if the dead body had been on that boat.
Okay, Crump, why aren't you allowing the cadaver dog team onto that boat? We need to know. Brian Trasher, you made it sound very mysterious. What is the solution used to get rid of human decomposition?
Well, I'm not going to say that on the air. There might be somebody watching that's trying to hide a dead body as we speak. But people do.
Are you referring to muriatic acid?
No, it's a specific kind of product that's on the market that is used. Matter of fact, some of our team just went through a training in Texas, and one of the things they did was show them how to clean out a vehicle or something that had decomp on it with this particular solution. And they would have had to take screws off, and they would have to be very detailed if they were trying to hide something. So there's virtually no way that the dogs would not have picked this up.
Did they give any explanation as to why they didn't want the cadaver dogs on the boat? There could be an explanation. Did they give one?
Not to us, they didn't. No, we just assumed that it. Again, I'm speculating, but if we would have known right away that there was no dead body on that boat, it might have defeated some narratives that were being pushed out there at the time.
You're on cross-examination. Who is our next sponsor? Well, here is a cat and parents menu. Treats for life from all of the detractors. The investigation goes on. And for all of the detractors on either side, we're not stopping. So you're wasting your time. As the case is being built, remember, if you know or think you know anything regarding this case, please dial 228-769-3063. If this were your child, wouldn't you want the answers, even if it brings down the roof of the courthouse? I would. Tonight, we remember an American hero, Sergeant Jeremy Brown, Clark County Sheriff's Washington.
All right, y'all, that's pretty much going to be it for today. All right. So, yeah. Now, to be honest, like I said, unless something breaks on this case other than what we've heard so far, thank you, Amazing. We won't be discussing this weekend. We'll hop right back into it on Monday. This weekend, we'll probably focus on some other stuff like the 13-year-old, and then I just seen something else I want to get into. So, yeah, if I come this weekend, just for y'all to know, we're gonna let the Nolan case rest over the weekend, on our end anyway. So yeah. that's gonna be it for today. I appreciate the support. I appreciate my moderators. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the new subscribers. Shout out to everybody that supported this live. If you didn't double tap the screen to like the live on the way in, please do it on the way out. If you enjoyed the content, make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit the bell to be notified whenever I go back live again. All right. With that being said, I pray that everyone have a blessed. Thank you, Snickers. I pray that everyone have a blessed, safe weekend. Y'all please enjoy your family members, enjoy your friends. I'll see y'all back here, whether it be this weekend or Monday. Most likely I'll probably do something this weekend. I don't know yet for sure though. But with that being said, thank you, Sonya. With that being said, y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. Please continue to send up prayers for Nolan Wells' family. Okay? All right, y'all be safe, be blessed, never stressed. And until next time, truth seekers stand up and we out. Y'all be good.